Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to be presenting our work at this conference, and I'd like to thank the organizers, in particular Dr. Alice Nabatanzi, for all her hard work in organizing this conference and making sure that it's a success. I look forward to hearing more presentations in the series. So today I'm going to be talking about ethno-veterinary medicine, and in particular giving an overview of ethno-veterinary medicine in Southern Africa, and giving an overview of recent surveys that have been conducted in South Africa. And I'm presenting this in collaboration with my colleagues, Dr. Famuidi, a postdoctoral fellow, and Mr. Edward Tatu Kunona, who's one of our PhD students, so soon to be a doctor, and then Professor Adeyemi Aremu, who's from Northwest University. So first of all, we are situated in Pretoria, in the top half of the country on the eastern side. We're at the Faculty of Veterinary Science, while my colleague is in Mafeking. That's Professor Aremu, who's in Mafeking in Northwest Province. We are situated at the only Faculty of Veterinary Science in South Africa. Our research group is located here. And although we're more of a phytomedicine ethnobotanical survey group, there was space for us. Our lab accommodated at Faculty of Veterinary Science, so it's actually been a blessing in disguise that we could promote our research in the ethnoveterinary field and do research collaboratively with colleagues in other departments in the Faculty of Veterinary Science. So it's been a really interesting experience being there for the last several years. In this faculty, we have a veterinary academic hospital, which is where the final year veterinary students have their year of practical training. There are a number of cases that come in here, from production animals to companion animals and anything in between. We have very high-tech laboratory facilities for doing in vitro studies. We're fortunate to have that. There are also many other facilities for animal care and healing the animals that come in, and for training of the final year students. So to go on to our research area, I'd like to say that South Africa has the most amazing plant diversity. We're very fortunate in this country to have the number of plant species that we do have. People have numbered that from 24 to 30,000 species. And as we all know, being at this conference, plants are valuable sources of novel therapeutic compounds. We have the Cape Floristic region, which is in the southwestern tip of South Africa, which is one of the major floral areas of the world. And just in this little small area alone, there are about 9,000 vascular plant species, most of which are endemic to that area. Then, coupled with the amazing plant diversity we have, South Africa also boasts an incredible cultural diversity, many different groups of people together, reflected in our official languages, of which we have 11, and many dialects and other languages are also spoken. There are probably about 3,000 plants that have been estimated to be used in traditional medicine. This is now focusing more on the human aspect. And of these, about 300 are most commonly used and traded. There are about 200,000 indigenous healers, which are consulted by the large proportion of the South African population, and this is coupled with an acute shortage of Western medical doctors and health clinics, and this is reflected also in the shortage of Western trained veterinarians, rural state vets, and rural veterinary clinics. So we can see that traditional medical practitioners, as well as livestock keepers who look after their livestock, have an essential role to play in primary health care. Ethnoveterinary medicine has undergone a massive explosion in the past few years. It's an expanding field of interest in various research groups, and I've even noticed this from attending the annual Society for Medicinal Plant and Natural Product Research congresses that are held yearly, usually in Europe, but sometimes they've been held in America or other places. So on the right-hand side, you can see a pamphlet there advertising the GA networking group on medicinal plants and natural products in animal health care and veterinary medicine. And this research group, it's about 50 to 100 people. We have a pre-conference symposium for a day prior to the conference, these annual GA conferences, and there we discuss the use of plants for animal health, and it's grown in interest and expertise of different people there, so it's certainly an expanding field of interest. Also reflected by a number of books that have been published, like this one on the left-hand side, The Veterinary Herbal Medicine, which was several years ago, edited by Susan Wynn and Barbara Fougere. And then another one from 2010, edited by our South African colleagues, David Katerera and Debungi Luseba. And this is Herbal Medicines for Animal Health. Chapters were drawn from all over the world. And then myself and one of our postdocs, Mina Ali Abdallah, edited the book published last year on ethno-veterinary medicine, which revised some of these concepts and also had contributions from people all over the world. And there is a special offer if anybody's interested in purchasing this book. It is on special. There is a discount that can be obtained, and details are on the website of this conference. Appreciate you supporting that. Then we also have a special issue that's out at the moment. It's in Frontiers in Veterinary Science, which is one of the international journals, open access, but waivers can be applied if anybody's interested in submitting articles to the special issue. If you have interest in ethnoveterinary medicine, would like to contribute a paper, the deadline is in September of this year. So on to ethnoveterinary medicine in South Africa. So as I've mentioned, rural livestock keepers often have limited access to orthodox remedies and state veterinary clinics. But we know that diseases have an important impact economically on livestock in terms of loss of animals, direct mortalities, but also in more indirect costs, such as loss of milk and meat and other products that can be derived from animals. Also because animals are used as beasts of burden or for ploughing or preparing soil, those losses are also not easily taken into account and given a figure to. So in cattle, goats and sheep, we often find non-specific indications, something like diarrhea or general lethargy and things like that, where there are non-specific indications. So for these common ailments, coughs, skin diseases, parasite infestations, then this rural ethnoveterinary medicine, which is often used in rural areas, could be a possible alternative or complement to Western medication. So for rural livestock keepers, we know that animals are a source of wealth and livelihood. So as I've mentioned before, when an animal is sick or dies, a massive loss is incurred by these rural livestock keepers. Wool, hair, maybe an extra income, or can be used as clothing. All of these things are lost when an animal is sick or dies. And we know that plants are often used to treat livestock and poultry. And with this rich cultural diversity we have, coupled with the rich plant diversity in South Africa, it makes sense that the system has been going on for many, many years. We need to document it, to evaluate these remedies, to see how we can more commonly associate and integrate these forms of medicine with each other, the Western on the one hand, and the rural livestock keepers with ethnoveterinary medicine on the other hand. What we found that owners of the livestock generally treat their own animals with their own medicinal plant knowledge rather than consulting traditional healers. Going back to herbal medicine and veterinarians trained in the more Western field of veterinary medicine, we know that veterinarians are globally interested in using more herbal medicine, both because of demands from their clients who want to use more natural-based remedies for their patients or for their animals, and also from people who maybe don't have other options. It might be a palliative care, for example, in a cancer case or a skin disease where normal medical, Western-trained medicine cannot heal this. There was a study done recently of about 3,000 vets in Germanic-speaking countries in Europe, Austria, Germany, and Switzerland. And interestingly, it was found that about 3/4 of these were actually using herbal medicine in their veterinary practices. They were using them for chronic diseases such as arthritis or chronic pain, or palliative care in cancer cases perhaps, and adjunct theory. So when these animals were receiving Western medicine, they were perhaps also being prescribed complementary medicine or herbal medicine as an adjunct to try and help them overcome side effects of this Western medicine. In older veterinary textbooks, such as this example and the picture that I have here, this is a book that belongs to our Dean of Veterinary Sciences, and it was published in the early 1960s, and it's very interesting how many plant-based medications are prescribed or recommended there for various ailments. So in these older vet textbooks, we can see that herbs formed the basis of veterinary medicines and were found in most veterinary pharmacopoeias and textbooks up until around about the 1960s. So with this, we can deduce that herbs were considered to be orthodox medication until at least the 1960s, when synthetic antibiotics and other remedies then took over the Western-trained veterinary and medical professions. So to define ethno-veterinary medicine is not an easy task because it's basically a complex system of beliefs, skills, knowledge, and practices relating to animal husbandry and general animal care. And there's a more comprehensive definition that was formulated by the anthropologist Constance McCaw towards the end of the last century in the 1990s, and that gives a much more holistic overview and a much more involved overview of what ethno-veterinary medicine is involved with. So for ethno-veterinary medicine, it's not just the use of plants to heal animals. It's a holistic system of diagnostic procedures, animal husbandry practices, surgical methods, as well as the use of plants to both prevent and control disease. And logically, it dates back to the domestication of animals, because as people started domesticating animals, of course, they wanted to heal them of their afflictions and remedies that were affecting them. So there are a lot of different parts of ethno-veterinary medicine. First of all, our major interest is the plants and the natural materials that are used as part of the local materia medica. Then we need to look at the modes of preparation and administration of ethno-veterinary remedies. Perhaps there are certain combinations that are used. Some plant parts may be fermented or only harvested at certain times of the year or the month or the day, which we know in chemistry terms can affect the types of compounds that the plants may have at different times of their life stage or different times of different seasons and so on. So ethno-veterinary medicine also includes all of these other diverse techniques, which much research has not focused on these to date, but hopefully more interest is developing in how animals are treated in more traditional terms. Now, the advantages of ethno-veterinary medicine, there are plenty of these. That, first of all, it's relatively cheap, easy to prepare, and readily available if we're focusing more on the plant-based medications. Also good that it's often common knowledge among livestock keepers in certain regions. The information is passed on between livestock keepers and from generation to generation. We often find that there are different plants that are used, but that's often to do with different distributions of plants, not so much that knowledge is not being shared amongst different groups. There are different aspects that we need to take into account, like management practices that can also be used to limit the impact of disease. We know that this ethno-veterinary medicine could function effectively to treat common ailments like wounds, diarrhea, intestinal worms, skin diseases, and fertility, where it's not maybe worth the expense to transport that animal to a veterinary clinic. Maybe there can be more efficient and effective homegrown treatments that have been used effectively for generations. So then the advantages include the benefits associated with understanding, evaluating how we can get ourselves as scientists to understand it, and ultimately integrating ethno-veterinary medicine into primary animal health care. There's a growing realization that the methods that we use in the Western world cannot perhaps sustainably meet the stock raising needs of most rural people in the developing world. So where rural communities keep animals, maybe the Western feedlots that we have, it's not going to sustainably meet the protein needs, the meat needs of the expanding population that we have. So we need to maybe look more at the informal sector to bolster this and try and promote this as more of a source of meeting the needs for food and sustenance that we have in our growing populations. Also, there's an increasing volume of articles that are being published in well-known and respected journals. Presentations at conferences such as these, international gatherings where people can meet and exchange ideas. It's increasing in visibility and acceptability. So this enhances the interest of younger scientists in pursuing this as a means, as a way to find recognition. It's a globally recognized multidisciplinary field of study. There are anthropologists, botanists, veterinarians, a whole range of people involved in investigating ethnoveterinary medicine. Of course, where there are advantages, there will be disadvantages. And this is often what the colleagues in the veterinary science field have as pictures in their mind, that rural traditional treatments may be ineffective or harmful. Often that's associated with the cases that they get to see in the clinics or in the hospital, the animal hospital, that they see the results of harmful treatments, maybe the use of Jay's fluid or diesel for exterminating ectoparasites. There might be a lack of dosing certainty, so a handful of this herb and 2 handfuls of that plant may not be very efficient ways of identifying the dose. So that's something that we can perhaps work together to standardize a little more, together with standardizing dosages. There's the seasonal unavailability of plant material. Once or twice when we've gone to do surveys, there's been a massive drought in the area, which then has made huge problems in trying to find what plants are used because they're just not growing locally because of the drought. Then there's a lack of written records, which is something that we're trying to overcome, keeping in mind the intellectual property that is held by the indigenous knowledge holders. And the reputation as well among Western trained, where they think this is perhaps the only most suitable way of treating animals. There might be some inherent bias against using traditional methods of animal treatment. So looking at these diverse fields or systems of medicine, indigenous knowledge systems and Western knowledge systems, they work off completely different theories. And how do we integrate these successfully from a system that's been used and refined over generations to know what works, to know what's toxic and what might have harmful effects, as opposed to the Western system where it's going right down to the pure compound. We need to know the mechanism of action, how it works, what side effects it can have. It's a completely different theory to the traditional knowledge system. So how are we going to work together to make sure we can get the benefits of both of these to integrate successfully? So documentation of ethnoveterinary medicine, this is to try and overcome one of the limitations in that there is a lack of written records about what is being used out in the field and in different cultural backgrounds. So we use the basic guidelines for ethnobotanical surveys. There are a number of very excellent papers that have been published in leading journals in the field about how to go about documenting the use of plants for medicinal treatments. So there's things like semi-structured interviews, observations, guided field walks and conversations. We take specimens of the plants, press them and lodge them in a recognized herbarium. And then most importantly, once we've done work, it's important to give feedback to the community. And this on the bottom right-hand side is a photo at the Mnisi community, one of the dip tanks where cattle are dipped by the Rural State Veterinary Services. And these people in the green overalls are final year veterinary students who are going out to these areas to do extension work and to gain experience in working in rural veterinary clinics. And this is a feedback session that we were holding with some of the community livestock keepers. The challenges associated, the seasonality that I've mentioned, before, it's often restricted to short duration because it's expensive to go and do a survey for an entire year and see what people are using in different seasons. Then we found it to be extremely important, as others have, to have a veterinarian on board or on hand to assist in interpreting traditional diagnoses. So, for example, Gall sickness is a very popular term used in traditional settings, but this could be wet gall sickness, which is the anaplasmosis, which is a tick-borne disease that is experienced by cattle. And then dry gall sickness could be impaction of the omasum, where it may be confused with red water or other diseases. And in these areas, treatment with plant medicines wasn't effective because it could be an organism that's causing the red water or the anaplasmosis that is not being healed. So Gall sickness is used by traditional people in areas to denote several ailments associated with jaundice or an distended gallbladder. That might be because they can't obtain enough water or obtain enough nutrients, so they're almost starving. That will lead to a distended gall. So this leads to problems. Other problems that we can have when documenting and seeing what plants we can use to integrate into other more accepted medicine systems in South Africa is that there are many plants that have been used. So documentation is just the first step. There's a lot more work that needs to be done to verify the activity, safety, and interactions with orthodox remedies. So even though there are a lot more publications coming out that are reporting pharmacological activity, there's little information on the effect on metabolizing enzymes or the effect of plants in the animal, in vivo studies, clinical trials that are being conducted. These are difficult and expensive to do, so that's why we have to deal with the limitations of in vitro assays, that maybe we're looking at the wrong targets or not taking into account the effects of metabolic activation. I'll go on in the last little part of the lecture to talk about the surveys that we've done on ethnoveterinary medicine in Southern Africa. The first one on the top was released in 2008, published then, and we found that only 27 of a documented 200 ethnoveterinary plant species had been tested for activity specifically on animal problems, animal bacteria, animal fungi, diseases affecting animals. And then last year we published another review article together with the co-authors on this talk on ethnoveterinary botanical medicine in South Africa, what's been happening in the last 10 years after the recommendations that were made in that 2008 review. So what we found was that on the left-hand side you can see provinces that have had surveys conducted in them. So here only 3 of our 9 provinces, Limpopo, Northwest and Eastern Cape, have been covered in ethnoveterinary surveys, and in the last 10 years only 1 more province, Mpumalanga there in blue, has been added in. So there's a vast range of areas where there's been very little to no documentation available on the use of plants to treat animals. These are current surveys that we found are being conducted. Limpopo, Zimbabwe as a neighboring country, Namibia, perhaps also some surveys going on there as part of ethnobotanical surveys. So what we really need to do is encourage our colleagues who are doing ethnobotanical surveys to include sections specifically on what plants are used to treat animals. What we found in the last 10 years, that about 14 surveys have been conducted and over 140 plant species from 50-odd families have been reported. 23 animal diseases and conditions were mentioned as being important and being treated with the use of plants. Almost half of the documented plants came from surveys in the Eastern Cape, which is a very active research area. And about 6% of the plants found in the 3 other provinces that had been surveyed in the last 10 years occurred in the Eastern Cape. So this is where we try and look for overlaps in plants that are used in different areas, hopefully for similar ailments. That gives us more of an indication that they could be very important leads for investigating the biological activity. So of the 141 plants that are used for treating animals in the various provinces, most of these, 77, were in the Eastern Cape only, 50 in Limpopo only, and 23 in Northwest only. And here's where we tried to see what species were overlapping in the different provinces. And only 1 species was used in 3 provinces, Northwest, Eastern Cape, and Limpopo. So to compare plant parts from the different surveys, of course mainly leaves, but also roots and bark were used. And we saw an increasing trend in the use of bark in the last 10 years, which is a little concerning as leaves are, of course, more renewable resource. There's been quite a few interesting studies done on biological activity of roots and bark as opposed to leaves of the same species. So in some cases we can see that the activity is quite similar to the leaves. So then we can hopefully try and promote the use of leaves as opposed to roots or bark. We found also, similar to previous years, that cattle were the most commonly treated, of course being the most long-lived, I suppose, and the most valuable species. They were treated very commonly with ethnoveterinary medicine. And then goats. There are not that many sheep kept because they seem to be more susceptible to diseases. So goats and then cattle are the most commonly treated livestock species. Then to summarize all of this information in the presentation, ethnoveterinary medicine studies can give us a lot of valuable knowledge to support the development of perhaps innovative products for preventing and curing livestock diseases. So that's just one benefit in terms of documenting this valuable knowledge before it's lost, and then working together with Indigenous communities to perhaps develop low-cost, low-technology products that can be used year-round in different tribes, different cultural groups for curing and preventing livestock diseases. Less than half of the provinces in South Africa have been surveyed for ethnoveterinary medicinal plants or other practices, which are also important to document. So there's much to be done to complete this inventory of ethnoveterinary medicine practices and plants used. The use of certain plant species with similar ailments by different cultural groups and ethnic groups has given us some interesting leads for prioritizing research. So there in the middle photo, you can see some of the students having feedback sessions with the community groups. And then we take the information back to the lab, try and see what we can find in those plants, what's interesting, what novel compounds perhaps might be in there. And then, of course, the feedback loop must go back again to the community to see what have we found, how can we make the most knowledge, the most benefit out of this knowledge that we have in terms of the Indigenous knowledge, complemented by the pharmacological activity or perhaps potential toxicity that's ameliorated by making mixtures of these compounds or plant mixtures, to see how we can make interesting knowledge more accessible to other people to help other rural communities in South Africa. And with that, I'd like to thank you very much for your attention. Thank you again to the organizers for this wonderful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lyndy, for that overview. Very informative. If there are any questions or comments, I think it will be in order. Professor Lyndy, I'm just wondering, for example, when you talk about how EVM is expensive, there are issues of trust, perhaps also issues of cost. What ways can we or can you suggest that can perhaps accelerate the integration of EVM in animal care?
Right, yeah, that's a very crucial point. I think what we do need to do is involve the State Veterinary Service, especially the Department of Agriculture, and try to organize the South African Veterinary Council as well to pay more attention to this important aspect of research, because that's how we found it to be interesting to work together with communities in terms of going through the rural state vets and the ongoing community collaborations that we have in terms of other projects. There's community upliftment projects as well that we can tap into. So that certainly that problem of trust is a big one, because, and I'm sure a lot of the time we're not getting all the information because we need to have the actual people in the rural communities being involved in a lot of the research. So that's what's being encouraged by the National Research Foundation as well, that it's not just the scientists coming in, getting the knowledge, taking it away. It's very much a collaborative venture. So that needs to be encouraged. It's only really started, but I think that would be the way to promote it.
Okay. Question from the audience? Maybe one last one before we move on. I'm just also wondering, these animals, is there any correlation between forage? For example, you're talking about cattle, they tend to graze on certain plants. Is there any correlation between forage and plants used for medicine products?
Yes, That's a very interesting concept as well, which has come up in some presentations I've listened to, specifically from people in America who've been looking at nutrition of cattle specifically, as opposed to what we have in the feedlots in Western culture and things, where we have on a certain feed ration, the cattle, the quality of the meat is not nearly as good, but when they're out in their own natural environments and people follow them and see what plants they eat, often one thing I found very interesting was that they eat a huge range of plants. So they maybe have a small bite or two of this plant, a bite or two of that plant. And what people have found that combination of plants helps to really enhance the overall health of the cattle. And also maybe some plants, when they eat that before another plant, it can decrease the toxicity of a plant that's supposed to be a toxic plant, but they are able to eat it because of eating another plant beforehand that decreases the toxic effects, which I found very interesting.
Thank you very much, Professor Lyndy.
Thanks very much.
I take the pleasure now to invite Professor Paul Wako to give your presentation on the pharmacological approaches in drug discovery. Professor Wako, you're welcome. Thank you very much, colleagues, for the invitation to share with you some of our work, both at Symposium and also on the general issue of pharmacological approaches to drug discovery. Paul Wako, Professor of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, but currently Vice Chancellor of Ethno-Veterinary University. I chaired the Department of Pharmacology at Makerere for over 10 years before I left in 2013 to join Ethno-Veterinary University. Initially as Dean, Faculty of Health Sciences, and now Vice Chancellor. In my presentation, I will take you through briefly why we still continue to think about drug discovery despite the millions of drugs around the world. Approaches in drug discovery, specifically pharmacological aspects. Then we shall discuss some challenges of product development in Africa, some steps being taken by governments to support drug discovery, and I will share with you our experiences of trying to establish a center of excellence in drug discovery at Citizen. Then I will make some concluding remarks. Despite the number of drugs around the world, the process of drug discovery continues, and indeed, with the recent COVID pandemic, it has been activated. But of course, there have been other issues driving the discovery process, besides the emergence of new diseases like Ebola and COVID-19. Most of you should be very familiar with drug resistance, which has been rendering many antimicrobial and anti-cancer drugs ineffective. Condition is that hitherto they have been very effective. There is always a search going on for vaccines for major public health diseases, but also this adverse reaction is to some of the drugs that we use from day to day. Is the reason why we should continue to look for new molecules to serve as drugs. The other issue, which is driving drug discovery around the world, is of course we are trying to look for medicines which are affordable to by all communities around the world. So the issue of cost also is a driver to drug discovery. And of course the ultimate therapy is single dose therapy.
So wherever we have treatment, which you need to take 2 times a day for 1 week, 2 times a day for a month, for a year, we need, if possible, to have a single pill which will cure that particular disease, and of course, looking for cure diseases. So if you look at all these factors, you discover that drug discovery will continue even when we have quite effective and safe remedies. This is a slide about sources of new drugs around the world, and you see that in the past 4 decades, most of the drugs on the market are involved. These are the synthetic drugs. Most of the new drugs have been synthetic. The biologicals, they are taking their ground very well in blue, but perhaps of much interest to you this morning is the N and ND. These are the drugs from natural products. They continue to take a big share of the new drugs that is being produced around the world. On the right is a slide showing the contribution of each of those types of drugs per year in the various years from 1981 to 2021. Now, these are the natural products. When we are talking about natural products, almost traditionally we are talking about plants, but of course during the duration of this conference, we've looked at many other sources of natural products, and I think it is very important that we broaden our thinking when we are talking about natural products. Now, the drug discovery process, of course, looks complex, but it has particular stages which you need to consider. First and foremost is target identification and validation, which involves the understanding of the structural biology and the pathophysiology of the condition which you would like to treat. And we shall go a bit in detail as which kind of processes you have to go through to be able to identify the drug targets and the validation process. Now, from the target identification, there is the hit identification. This normally for natural products is bringing some of the natural products, and you even got the chemical libraries and identify molecules which could be intervening in those particular pathophysiological conditions. At times they are enzymes, at times enzyme inhibitors, at times they affect the cell wall and so forth. So there are really very many possibilities of drug targets that you may consider, but the hits involve generally screening and looking at some of the compounds that are already there. Then next is lead identification. You identify a lead compound, and after that you go into lead optimization, where you play with it's the chemical structure to see where you get the best efficacy and the best safety. Then finally, we go through the preclinical, the clinical tests, and then the marketing of the drugs. While these look small boxes, but these are long processes which take a lot of time, as we shall shortly see. And of course, one of the things that this is sequential, but you'll discover that there are times you start from any point in this kind of sequence. And for many drugs, some stories have started with lead identification, then they go backwards and identify the target, and the others, chemical lead optimization, and similarly, there have been some drugs whose outcomes have been identified from clinical trials or preclinical trials. Now, this is attempting to show you the sequence of the processes that are involved in drug discovery. Ideally, thing to note on this sequence is that drug discovery takes time, it takes money, and it goes through some basic stages, at least theoretically. We have the proof of concept, proof of principle, followed by proof of concept, and then the advanced stage, or rather downstream stage, of trying to use technology to produce whatever is being able to discover in large masses. In proof of principle, we have the basic research that many people are involved in, and indeed we seen many papers presented here. There's collection, extraction, screening of the plant for bioactivity, attempting to fractionate and identify chemical compounds that characterize them. Then in development, it involves some bit of looking at what these drugs can do in animal models, the pharmaceutical formulation aspect, whether you can attain the stability that you are required, the essential pharmacokinetics, and the exploration of mechanisms of action, possibly in genetic, and of course the bioavailability studies. At validation stage, we are looking at the introduction of the drugs in human volunteers, and then going through the phase 2, and in which we are able to look at the efficacy and safety of these plants. The other aspect is the scaling up of production. If you identify a molecule which you are unable to scale up for one reason or the other, you'll discover that this molecule may not be as helpful as it is. And of course, we shouldn't forget the other activities involved, the dialogue with regulatory authorities, consideration of issues of patenting, issues of seeking industrial partners to be able to put with scale to be able to launch large scale production of the molecules. So this briefly is the process which ordinarily you will go through. It can start from anywhere, but by and large the core stages are highlighted at this point. Oh, something is wrong with media. Okay, media get rid of it. Now, these are some of the details in the actual processes that we go through when we are dealing with the screening of natural products. We have the extraction, we have the separation stages, and the identification of molecules. This requires very massive investment, as many of you are familiar with the cost of high performance liquid chromatography, nuclear magnetic resonance, and mass spec capabilities. They're extremely expensive, and they take a lot of resources to be able to identify the exact molecule that is involved. Of course, after screening, there is the chemical synthesis, which many of you of the chemistry are very familiar with, which helps to try and improve the activity. I need to alert you that computer-aided drug discovery is in full business, where we look at virtual natural products databases, play with them, and be able to determine some of the pharmacological properties that they could produce when they put in the Natural Products and Drug Discovery Research Unit at Ethno-Veterinary University is developing a 3D Uganda natural products database to fast-track drug discovery. So really, advanced screening is around the corner, and there is one of my chemists at the system who is working on this project to ensure that we now have some 3D libraries of our natural products which we can refer to in case we need virtual screening, which produces actually molecules much more faster. It gets to the lead compounds much more faster than the usual extraction is that we normally allow. The other approaches to drug discovery, which you need to take note of, and of course, which we may not go through in details here, which involve biotechnology, chemical modification of known compounds and repurposing. I'm aware that with the current COVID-19 pandemic, there are so many research groups in the country which are working on many of these, using many of these approaches to come to a cure for HIV, for COVID-19. Now, what are the challenges? Perhaps what we need to reflect on a bit more is what are the actual barriers to drug discovery in Africa, and particularly the natural products industry. why does it look the way it is today? Of course, many of you might know that the drug discovery and development, many countries are at various levels in drug discovery. When you talk about natural products drug discovery and possibly generally drug discovery in general, you find that countries like South Africa taking the lead. We have Kenya, Zimbabwe, some bit of Egypt, and possibly Nigeria. So all countries are at different levels of expertise and capacity to be able to participate in the drug discovery and the natural products industry. But some of the major constraints generally that have been identified from literature side is the inadequate human capacity, particularly to handle the drug development processes. You have seen some of the earlier slides, which shows that we need a lot of technology, we need very sophisticated processes to be able to move forward, and this has been to an extent a big influence. The policy and regulatory frameworks is not fine-tuned to support the process of drug discovery in many countries. Many of you who have come up with protocols related to drug discovery in Uganda and in most parts of Africa, you've realized how tedious it is to convince even the structures that are put there to ensure that the protocol is approved. Some is legitimate, others purely lack of fine-tuning of the structures that are in place to be able to handle the drug discovery process. Of course, I need not mention and emphasize anymore the weak infrastructure, that's in terms of laboratories, the lack of equipment which can handle some of the critical processes, and of course, the lack of well-equipped centers of excellence. In Uganda, we've had the natural products research laboratory for quite some time. I'm so happy that we are now getting good news from there, that the funding has dramatically improved. But this has been the only specialized center by government working on natural products. And of course, this is supported by the universities which have centers of excellence. Some units, I know Makerere as a center of excellence, the farm track, and many other universities. Makerere has been having the natural products research unit in the Department of Pharmacology, and they will be telling you the story of Precipitation, what we are doing to contribute to the work which other centers of excellence are doing. Now, intellectual property protection frameworks are a big hindrance. Those of you in Uganda have already seen the conversation is going on over Comidex, where the university vis-a-vis the innovator. This means that we need to rethink the issues of intellectual property in these institutions. One actually wonders if you are employing a potential innovator in a knowledge-generating institution, why the issue of knowledge sharing intellectual property is not considered as a point of appointment to the institution. So there are a lot of challenges with intellectual property protection, and these to some extent are contributing to the slow growth of our natural products industry. And again, the World Health Organization guidelines in most countries in Africa are referred to as the World Health Organization guidelines. They've not been domesticated. The purpose of producing this guideline is for the different countries to analyze them and domesticate them in terms of policies for carrying out research on natural products, and this has not happened in many countries across Africa. Now, with all those challenges, they leave this to be our natural products industry. I took this picture in one of the places where they sell many medicinal plants, and after some discussion with the people at that center, they said, yes, we are improving. And when we went back with my colleague, Professor Tabuti, they showed us this and said, yes, we are improving. Of course, there is some improvement, but this is not great improvement. Because where are these bottles coming from? These are old mineral water bottles which have been washed, and many of you know that you need a lot of resources to be able to sterilize the plastic bottle. So most likely the standardization process question. So with all those barriers to the natural products industry, we are left with a sector which is still at this level and which we need to upgrade. The picture of confidence and some of the products I'm seeing here should have been projected here, but it shows again a big leap from what you are seeing here. So which it generally is that the sector, the industry is improving dramatically, but of course it continues to need more support. What has government done? Governments have not been quiet about the natural products sector and the traditional medicine sector. I looked at the review of the Uganda Health and Policy Review Commission. As far as 1987, government had proposed that there is need to include traditional health practitioners in local health teams in order to deliver primary health care. If this is implemented fully, it would mean that natural products, traditional medicines are coming to the center stage of healthcare delivery in this country. They recommended formation of associations, and I want to believe that all over Africa, in most countries, there are functional associations of traditional healers, which are generally custodian of natural products of medicinal value. Then the training programs, we've registered some progress since that recommendation to some extent. There's some traditional healers, but still we lack concrete, formalized training programs with clear-cut training curricula, not to mention the lack of institutions which are training. I was pleased when I had somebody else from South Korea who trained in actual an institution of Oriental. When we talk about natural products development for medicinal purposes, we need clear institutions that are there to do one purpose, to train people in the use of natural products, to train people in the research of natural products, and to train people in monitoring the various natural products. This, to some extent, has not happened as fast as we expected to happen. Then, of course, the lack of open and acceptable patient referral. I'm not sure last time I was the key in the development of the part of these policies. I thought that we were making some progress. I hope that at some point people who are at the center, like the breast number chair, will tell us of the progress of referral. Currently, we have self-referrals. When I have a problem and I see that Morocco is not helping me well, I go to the natural products and say, is there something? But how can we have referrals which are recognized by government so that even national insurance schemes can come involved to benefit patients who are seeking care in traditional practitioners? To strengthen the natural products research laboratory, I think that I have already talked about the good news there, that modern infrastructure is now on board, and we hope that this will go ongoing. And of course, the last aspect is the conservation, which we are discussing yesterday, the gazetting of land for growing medicinal plants by government. This was a recommendation in 1987. The challenge is implementation, the challenge is commitment, the challenge is availability of resources to get in the right direction. Clearly, I could conclude that Uganda, like most countries in Africa, has a clear direction of developing the natural products sector, but constrained by resources and various other factors. This is a picture taken in Karamoja, one of the areas which is really budding in terms of interruption by people who are destroying the environment, and it is really lovely. It was a beautiful picture. Now, allow me to talk about the system of natural products and this drug research group, Bunapred. I'm happy to have Dr. Samuel Becker with us here, who is the key person in that research group. And when I left Makerere, where I was deep in science. I went to Sitema's Dean. When I became Dean, I started doing more for looking at the reserve quantities for construction of buildings. And in that, my science, that's the problem of administration. And when you become vice chancellor, the story is usually once, because now they send us a letter explaining the budget releases and all that. So you are really in a different world, and you struggle to get back to your home. That's the situation. But the strategy, as you go into administration, is exactly what I want to share with you here this morning. That when I reached there, I decided that we identify some young people who are really focused, not people who are wasting time, with various people who are focused and who are highly qualified, and we developed this drug development group. The team is here. It has the summary back of appearance, shares the meeting at times. I have Dr. Yahya is a fresh graduate of biochemistry from Keynote University. Then I have Godliva, which is a computer scientist. I told you about the upcoming role of big data and the role of artificial intelligence in drug discovery. That's what is driving actually virtual experimentation in drug discovery. So we have this young lady in computer science who is actually very good at handling big data and the artificial intelligence. Then Dima is a very good chemist. Is one of the good chemists of Rico was presenting to you yesterday some of his works, and I remember you saw the test of chemistry that was involved. Peter Chiondo is a pharmacist, like how the clinician, then Squire, then ICT expert Jantera, Batson Barugahari, and the Carol Kalma is completing her PhD. She's actually a botanist, most of you must know her. Timber Kennedy is a laboratory chemist, but laboratory technologist, but has, naturalized a pharmacologist by training, and then a nutritionist on board. So this is the kind of multidisciplinary team which is championing the work which is going on at the state. And within this, we provided this structure with this team with some administrative structure, supporting them together with the dean on top. The finance department is supporting them. And then they have been divided into units so that these units cannot so keep growing. And trust the units are continuing to expand. There's a unit working on botanical conservation, unit working on chemistry, chemical issues, then the trial, the preclinical trials, then the clinical trials unit, and the data management and intellectual property unit. So when you are working on something, you don't really, it falls into a particular unit. And when they have the meeting, they just want to hear what the head of the Botanical and Conservation Unit is saying about the botanical surveys, what the person on preclinical trial is saying about the screening of the product, and the preparation of the clinical trial by somebody who is head. So this is the level of organization which we need. And of course, looking at the challenges in Uganda, you'll discover that there is no single institution perhaps which is yet ready to handle the drug development process completely. And this should apply to many African countries, possibly with some exception of South Africa, but I'm quite familiar with the South African system because I'm a graduate of the University of Cape Town. Actually, the Natural Products Unit, my supervisor was Professor Peter Fall and Professor Peter Smith. I think Professor Peter Fall is in the MAPS program. I tried to reach out to him. I'm not got touch with Professor Peter Smith, but the last time I thought he was still at Cape Town. So this, we cannot work alone in the product practice. And that's why this unit has a team, a network of collaboration is there across the board. First, there is interinstitutional collaboration. That's the faculty of health science working the faculty of engineering where there is computer science, the faculty of science and education where the chemistry is there, and the faculty of agriculture and animal industry where the nutritionists are. And of course, we are working closely with the Uganda Virus Research Institute, which has bioculture capabilities, the National Blood Ocean Authority for Regulation, the Natural Chemotherapeutics Research Institute, the College of Veterinary, which does a lot of animal studies, and the Uganda Industrial Research Institute, which deals with some bit of packaging and the final stages of preparation. We are always grateful to the Uganda government. And I think the Presidential Scientific Initiative on Epidemic is the first injection of resources into drug discovery in Uganda. You know, COVID is a problem, but it came with one of the best things we can talk about for drug development and drug discovery. And I want to believe that this revolution is not going to move backwards. So this year we've got resources, and all the people doing drug discovery in Uganda have sufficient resources. I've not got all of the figures, but I'm aware that there are some substantial amounts of money which are being provided to scientists working on drug discovery. So the unit is carrying out a number of studies, of course, the SARS-CoV studies, then recently we are thinking about the contamination of aflatoxins and the development of the 3D natural product database for drug discovery, which I really talked about, and the adoption of efficient supply chain for customer pharmaceutical grade starch. These are some of the projects which are under incubation by the unit as part of the effort to support and galvanize the drug development in the country. So in conclusion, I think it is clear that the process of drug development is rigorous, is the capital intensive, it requires a lot of resources and takes time, and that if we are to proceed with drug discovery in Africa, we need to establish and support centers of excellence in various countries to be able to handle the drug discovery. I need to always emphasize that government support is critical in natural products and development and drug discovery process. Without government support, little can be done. And finally, I think we need to try and look at some of the guidelines we are using and try to domesticate those that are provided to us by the agencies like World Health Organization. So I would like to stop here and thank you for listening to me. I look forward to some conversation on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Polo. What is happening, and particularly what is happening in-house in Pretoria University. I think it's a nice model that we wait to see the fruits, which I'm sure with the team you have, it's a powerful team. We look forward to your output very, very soon. Thank you, Professor, for those kind remarks. Right now, I want to invite the conference convener, Dr. Alice Nawatanzi, to take us through the next phase of this early morning session. Dr. Alice, over to you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Yes, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the last day of our conference. And on this day, we have an activity of launching a natural products network. I thank you all for the past 2 days, the presenters for day 1 and day 2. And I also thank all those who have given me their time to be with us from the beginning till now. And I promise there are more exciting presentations of our entrepreneurs showing their journeys and also other eminent speakers. So what is the Natural Products Industry Advancement Network about? So why the Natural Products Industry Advancement Network? We know that the traditional natural products networks in Africa have concentrated and given more attention to academia. That is in capacity building for BSc students, MSc students, PhD students, and postdocs. And then they've left out other actors along the natural products value chain. So what do we need? We need to reimagine Africa's natural products industry using a transdisciplinary approach. So we all know that for sustainable and transformational societal change, established initiatives need to be transdisciplinary in nature. And also there is need to bridge the gaps along the natural products value chain actors. You find that academicians are in their own world, industry people are in their own world, herbalists are in their own world, other entrepreneurs are in their own world, policymakers are in their own world. So there is need to bridge that gap along the natural products value chain actors. And then also there is need to change the image of Africa's natural products industry. You've seen the packaging Professor Wako has shown of the herbal medicines. It is really so sad, but we are going to get there if we come together and work as one. Like a herbalist cannot work alone in terms of producing the herbs and packing them, or scientific validation. You need academia to do the validation, you need people in industry to give you the market, you need the private sector to be involved. So we want to change that. So what is the uniqueness of this network, the NAPIANA network? So NAPIANA is inclusive of all actors along the natural products value chain. That is, the farmers are inclusive, the herbalists, traditional healers, and traditional birth attendants are also inclusive, academia are inclusive, entrepreneurs are inclusive, the industry, policymakers, government, regulatory authorities, like yesterday you saw we had representatives from National Drug Authority, and also our funders are inclusive. So in order to boost Africa's natural products industry or to change things, all these actors along the value chain need to come together as one to make a difference. So what will this network offer? We'll provide the linkages for the drug development process, and then we'll support product standardization and augmentation. We'll help with intellectual property issues. That is still a big challenge in Africa. Yes, South Africa is far. beyond, but other countries are not yet there. And also our herbalists, they don't know how to protect their intellectual property. And then we'll market the products through supportive networks, because there are other networks in Africa, and we'll use them to support the product, the people who make the products, to market them. And then we'll provide support with scientific validation of the products. Like we said, the herbalists may know the herbs, but they may not know what is contained in the herbs and how effective it is. So we need scientists on board to come and validate. And then we'll provide support center to provide information on natural products research, how the research goes, what is important, what process to do, NAPIANA will offer. And then also we'll advocate for infrastructure. We've seen the major challenge of the natural products industry. One is we don't have the proper lab. Some experiments cannot be done like here. You have to go to another country. So we want to advocate so that we become better. So who will be part of the network? All registered and organizing actors along the natural products value chain will qualify to be part of the network. Organized, it means that someone must have something to show to be part of this, not that everyone will be part of it. So how to join? You have to register with Validate and then enroll you. And then our home, it will be at the College of Natural Sciences, Makerere University for now. And then the activities for members who will be part of this network will have those workshops, and then we'll have community outreach. Then community education is very important. And then also innovation comes, because you want to come up with good innovations. We do not want you to pick a plant and you pack it as it is. Value addition is very important, and also changing the tradition of the way things are done. We need to come up with good products so that they can go to the international market. So our partners so far are Makerere, Wisitema, Natural Chemotherapeutic Research Institute, Future Africa, and also we have a data representative here. So at this moment in time, I'd like to call Dr. Bretna Bacha, Professor Wako, Professor Kawasa to launch the network.
we prepare for the launch of the NAPIANA network. I think I'll invite the guests to perhaps led by Professor Wako and Professor David, as well as Dr. Nabatia, to lead us in the unveiling of NAPIANA network in Uganda by cutting the tape. Number 3, 1, 2, 3.
The baby NAPIANA is born. Baby NAPIANA is from the clan of the rice affiliate, Napreka, and the synergies of this continues to multiply and produce offsprings. I would like to congratulate the championship of the mentee, who is now taking over to make sure this generation of work continues. Thank you so much, Dr. Alice, and all the supporters that have made this happen across the region. Thank you.
I want to thank all the stakeholders who have worked this journey. Today we are coming together as key stakeholders in natural products development in Uganda, but of course in Africa as a whole. I think there is no better time to come together than this time when we are fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. I really thank the people who thought about this initiative, and I hope we should get all the support from all stakeholders. Thank you.
I also thank all the stakeholders. Dr. Alice Nabatanzi, I had last met her when I was external examiner when she was defending her PhD. Short time, she has done a lot, and she's demonstrating that the youth are really taking over. When we discuss One Health in the Ministry of Health, natural products are always left out. We needed that landscape of talking to each other so that the virtual effort will just crystallize it. I congratulate all the stakeholders, the supporters and the non-supporters. COVID pandemic is pointing to one thing, that we need to rethink. And if I may echo the message of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, he said we need to learn to do things ourselves. So this baby is going to make it happen. Congratulations once again.
At this moment, I need to thank the organizers of this occasion. It is a real occasion in our real lives. Man was created after all the plans were created. This was not a mistake by God, but he did right, God did the right thing. So when we look at this newly born baby today, we feel that and we really have a connection with the creation. What we should know as human beings, everything has its time. This was the time for the baby to be born. And everything has a cause. COVID pandemic has really opened us our minds, our thinking, and our actions. Let's thank God for this occasion and embrace it. And the linkage between the academia and other stakeholders, this is the time to march together in the same bandwagon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I also have congratulatory messages online. Professor Frederick Beauty, thank you for your message. Professor Maud Kamatenesi, Vice Chancellor of Bishop Stuart University, thank you for your message. Ms. Chica Ogwadike, thank you. Professor Lyndy, McGaw, thank you for your messages, and keep them flowing. I think also Sana Adime, thank you for your message. And Kaziwe, congratulations, Alice, well done. Marco, thank you. Isaiah Jacinta, thank you for your message. She wishes the new baby great success. Sitenda Diana, I think this is another child of ours. Congratulations to the network. Jane Namkobe, Dr. Jane Namkobe, congratulations to Alice and the network. Professor EKK, Cesar Kapudidi, calls Alice this far. Simon Tewote Atkum, congratulations to the network. Patience to Gume, I think, Dr. Patience to Gume. Congratulations to the new baby. Wish quick strides. Thank you. And I think that marks the end of our launch. I think we'll now want to invite our participants to break. And then 1 minute to and then
I'm requesting that you stand here just 2 seconds. They take one peek, you must lower the peak, 2 seconds, and then.
okay. I've been advised that there is one more photo shoot to conclude the launch.
Let's do it a bit faster.
Okay.
Like here now. Okay.
Thank you. We will come in at exactly 11:20 for our main session. 11:20. We shall reconvene at 11:20. Thank you very much for joining us.
Juma, that breakfast dinner. Yeah,
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants of this venerated conference. I'm privileged to share with you today, and thank you for your kind remarks when introducing me. I have actually singled out carefully a few things in the introduction. That NAPIANA is an offspring of so many efforts that have been going on, supported by the Carnegie Foundation, New York. And this initiative ran for about 10 years. Subsequently, it logged into other efforts, but even before that, this initiative, regional initiative in science and education, was building on other efforts in natural products, like in Africa. I enjoy innovation, and I work on innovation platforms. In innovation, a key guideline is co-creation. And the knowledge is not a domain of a particular group of people. And you create and come up with a new product, and sustainability is created. Innovation runs on passion, and passion drives society. So I want to thank, right from the onset, Dr. Alice, one of the people who fully benefited from the Carnegie Corporation grant and support to RISE. I'm a proud participant of this network as a partnership director. We had other members in Nairobi, in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Malawi, across the region. Now, champions like us move the agenda forward. Professor Walker I mentioned here is one of the key champions, Professor who was key champions. And you may want to know that the inventor of Covidex is our PhD alumni from this network, the RISE network. The Wangari Maathai Institute in Nairobi is a fruit of the network. So this is a very impactful effort, and I want to congratulate all of us for the different efforts that have been made. Now, the vision of natural products value chain. Everybody is moving in society looking for value. And as the value moves from position A to position B, we create a chain. A number of products have been made from different plants and other organisms, and they have created value. And this value begins to be. The conversation right now is about how to create value from these natural molecules that we have, and now with us here on the continent. How do we create value so that that value can give us the dollars, can give us the jobs, can give us the livelihood, can make the economy work? That's the whole issue. We are looking for alternatives, options for making the economy work. Everyone is looking for value. So how do we make the economy work? We know that we have conventional products, crops, animals, and so on. They say we have alternatives. And this is the conversation, and this is the discourse. Since the time of Nambreka, which was largely traditional approach. We moved on to rice effort, and we're moving deeper to say bring more stakeholders on board. There are 6 lenses with which I'm approaching this discussion. I'm looking at the 21st century, from 2000 to 2100. We had 1900 to 2000, and the science you had there did not change Africa very much. Now we are at the beginning of this century. We are in the first quarter. If we don't get it right, then I think we have handed over Africa once and for all. And that will be the end of all these people and their lives. The first thing that we need to know is population is going to change, and I'll be highlighting that a little bit. 2, as the population increases, it will also change in the demography, its composition. But after it does that, the population is shifting from different locations to other areas, other staging areas. As the population can this shift continues with industrialization, you will change the ecosystem. And this discussion is there. You want us to look at those, using those lenses. And then we now begin to see the foundation we are going to lay for the natural products industry in Africa. We are not talking about the industry. We are going to start nurturing this industry in Africa in a coordinated and systematic manner. And so I thought I can throw a few provocative ideas to us. First is this thing here. I want us to look at that population, how it's running. Please look at this, look at it and see it. And just see how Africa is changing, because that's why you're talking about the natural products industry. I'm projecting and running, compare and see how to compare with Asia, compare with Europe and other places. This is the movie first of all, looking at the vision of natural products industry in Africa. As we speak, I want us to know that we are going to have billions of Homo sapiens on this planet and on this continent. They are going to displace the plants you are talking about here today. This project, they are going to displace those animals. Just be looking at the displacement process. And then think of how you're going to reconfigure and plan the natural products industry. You may be planning for an industry that will not manage food, simply because they have taken over the land. In the case of Uganda, just see how we have embedded, because of energy hunger, we have embedded the granite for the natural products. All these parks where you have the plants and the animals and so on. This is critical. How are you going to plan? I'm sure the NAPIANA is going to be discussing how do we ensure that the raw materials that feed into this value chain we are talking about will actually be available. How shall we use science to make sure that those molecules whose genes might be threatened are actually conserved and we are able to have the molecule we want? We are talking about certain plant species that have given us certain molecules for confidence. How sure are we that we can actually sustain consumption of confidence even for 1 year? So this is the area of science, and we need to be very, very focused on this. Because we say confidence alone, if it is put the proper alignment to meet all the standards, could engage the whole of Africa and the whole planet. Thank you. The second aspect used in Uganda is that as this population increases, you will have more elderly people. Right now, when you talk about taking a lot of herbals and so on, The young may not be as preoccupied with that, but just look at what's going to happen as we progress. There will be more elderly people, people who will be more sensitive to what they consume. They need natural products. Everybody is taking these natural things and so on. So you are planning the economy. We are talking about natural products industry and value chains. So I want to interrogate that. You see, who will be the market? That's what we will have to be shifting in that direction. So how do we therefore plan the industry in view of the change in the market? You have 4 billion people, and a good portion of them are elderly people with an average from the median of 38 shifted from the current one that you had around 2017. Kampala, the Kampala you are in will one day be in the range of 40 million within this century. So I wanted us to project and see where you're getting these herbal molecules that you are preparing right now. You're getting them somewhere near Kibale and some other places. If Kampala will be 90, 40. So how will Kibale be? Will you have those molecules? This is the core of our discourse as we start. The value chain will not run if you're not able to provide the primary raw materials for that value chain. So the whole thing of how you construct and arrange, probably you need tax for these raw materials, so that you are able to have them. We are advantaged in that across Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa has them. So how do we plan Africa if Africa is going to provide these raw materials? You're using them to all types of therapies and so on. Feeding Africa. I've given an example. I come from the animal side. I like animal products very much. And animal products have been a source of fight since historical times. To get it right and so on. But in this very century, a few years from now, you'll be consuming 20 million chickens per day. You'll be consuming 80 million goats, 40 million tobacco. They are natural products, and they are molecules that are coming out of this biomass. So there's a lot of oil that is associated with. So the Chinese have been taking a lot of some of these products from fish here. There's certain component they're interested in. You can extract a natural product, which they use in the manufacture of sutures. And it's a huge industry. You look at the surgery industry across the globe. So we are getting good at so much. How are we configured? We will not just talk about all types of natural products. We may need to sit down and calculate and see what are those that will be of greatest impact. What are those natural products that will give us centers of excellence as we go across Africa? Because we not find all this capacity in one university, in one country. As the population increases, the area of having the ranches and work on the farm and have, is moving and phasing away. Based on the model that we have in Africa, intensification will be history starting 25. I mean, this free range and moving about is going to be history. We are moving into intensification. I want us to look at how you get the raw material of that natural product. Right now, you're hunting from, we're using traditional methods of hunting. So you go to the forest, you hunt for matunguru, you hunt for all these plants. It is a hunting and gathering methodology. How will the era of intensification receive the raw material? How do we combine the plant scientists, molecular biologists, geneticists, and so on? It is crucial. I do know that Dr. Alice was linking up with the experts
in the Middle East on how to get you bees that will give you the molecule that you want to agricultural products. Science is not good. Ecosystem pathology. 4 billion on the planet and on the continent. Another 500 million moving from Asia to come here to do business, and Europe and so on. You expect a rapid disruption of the entire ecosystem. We can already see what's happening. From here to Lake Georgia, as you follow by all areas are gazetted as municipalities, county councils, and municipalities. But to the best of my knowledge, some of the biomolecules that have been harvested by Dr. Alice have been coming in this ecosystem. In just 10 years from now, you have no reason for these biomolecules. It is critical that we put our heads together. As Professor Wako said, this is the time that you have those who are planning urban development, who are planning local development, who are planning transformation of the countryside, and look at how you take care of these neglected industries, but with the greatest potential from Africa. In this century, about 20% of the species that you have in the planet would be 20 to 30% of the extinct. Those which are most vulnerable are the ones where you are getting the biomolecules, like Guabuki, which is already threatened Ugandensis. Globally, we expect that kind of about 9% of the world's 6 million terrestrial species will be phased out because of the pressure of the anthropogenic effects. This must be embedded in our discussions as we look at the NAPIANA industry. Pandemics flare. As we speak now, COVID is a natural product. It's an origin of a natural product. And the whole country is excited about it. Why? Because of the pandemic flare. But this century is going to be a century of more flares. This sets a scene for us to urgently put our brains together in a multidisciplinary manner, in a One Health approach, where One Health means working together to ensure the well-being of humanity. So you bring solutions, you co-create, you do convergence, and bring the solutions. The era of saying, I am the chemist, I am the vet, I am the botanist, this is the entry point into the area of engagement. But the solution will come from all our brains as we combine. And until we get that culture into place, the products of natural products will erode us. Broadly, from this, I can say there are about 5-6 domains that we need to drive, and I'll highlight very quickly. From what I've just discussed, you need to start talking about botanical farming. You now know about crop farming. We need botanical farming. We need botanical parks. But not just that, we need eco parks. We need eco production. A new era where different professionals are involved and having that as the primary segment of the value chain. And then we link it up to the post-harvest and processing component. Let us say we are in Cuba. If Cuba was the eco park, the eco-production rate of the primary segment of the value chain. We will be now saying how do we harvest our molecules from there and take them to the next level of processing. And from there, packaging and distribution. The discussion is going on around the public and other things here is about the standards, the packaging, the quality assurance, and so on, which we have to refine as we go along in the time of war with the pathogens. You don't have that time to sit and wait to package it fast. You must package as you go along, and you must improve and navigate as you move along. I just wanted to highlight 500 million right now, minimum, is what we are spending to bring in products linked to the agricultural and nutritional value chain. From outside, this simple substitution. The pharmaceutical value chain, medicines and health remedies are popular well-known ones. This is a domain. Uganda is spending over 300 million to bring in remedies that will be generated from natural products, technology, natural product science, and working together and enhancing the capacity. Yet the other day when we were here, there was one of the actors who said, packaging and we are working, they are herbalists and so on. Working with them through the triple helix approach, where you have the scientists, the innovators, the private sector coming together, and you're able to get a solution for these people. So the pharmaceutical industry is a huge area, and we can make discoveries. The biotrick value chain, the word biotrick is coming from the French version of beauty. This is wellness, beauty, and all these good things that make us enjoy life. It is a huge industry. After I'm sure the market that is coming, that we have projected for Africa in this century. The minimum we can talk about that, but just combine the countries around and see the trillions of dollars that are on the African continent. We are talking about jobs, dollars, employment. This is the livelihood system that we talk about from the natural products industry. The industrial chemical value chains, where we need timings for all industries here, modern methods of processing, making shoes, leather, all kinds of clothing, and chemicals that you need in the industry. And of course, industrial biotechnology. There are molecules, there are enzymes in the plants, in the animals that are useful. And there are a few obvious ones that we have, like insulin, that have been harvested and are used. But now we have stem cell, and there are people who are getting to see the mechanism that the stem cell is using in the plant, and then come from there and work backwards, bring technology. So industrial biotechnology is going to be critical. This is just a tip of the iceberg. What we are talking about is just a tip. The science has to change. And of course, the environment. How should we ensure that there are innovative ways of using natural molecules to have a clean and safe and decent environment? There are molecules there that can be harvested. There are bacteria that can destroy some of the waste that we are putting in the environment. How do you harvest them? So these 5, 6 value chains are going to be critical for us in focusing our application. Just to give you a pictorial that you need, if you recall, just look at tangawizi, ginger. The export of ginger that was going on from Latin America to all these countries across. You need to be, when we say the farming, the natural products agronomy, the natural products husband, the natural products production is going to be the whole of this century. We are rethinking how to move the agenda differently. You are well aware of how these molecules, most of our mothers and grandmothers in the last century, we are using the herbs that will help them to deliver safely. Confidence has reminded us that although we are modern, we seem to go back, we need to go back and get to the roots of where the natural products are. If some of you talk to your grannies, they will tell you how they organize a bath and so on, and you sit in and you get these molecules infused into your body. And these ladies of today who fear to deliver will deliver comfortably without any troubles. This is the root. But you see, underneath this top is the key agenda globally. How do you protect mothers and newborns and their most vulnerable? Many people die. So how do we pick on that indigenous knowledge and mine that knowledge and ensure that natural products will be available and used to promote that? That's a global agenda, saving the lives of mothers and children. If you go to the aquatic value chains, I just mentioned you see cod liver oil, this product which on the market, extracts in them. I mentioned some of the products which have been taken here for making such as the oil from fish, which can be harnessed. The structural science linked to this will require the involvement of structural engineers, people from engineering, working with us to come up with those particular products, including nanotechnology. At the college where we are, a group of scientists following up on this issue are busy picking bacteria-eating viruses. They are there. So instead of struggling with using antibiotics and to produce fish, to produce chicken and so on, can we harvest these molecules, these valuable molecules, with the capacity to eat up the virus, the bacteria, and you are able to produce the fish safely? I'm only highlighting a few things to show the scope. It is our imagination and our mindset configuration that will limit the expansion of this industry. It is our silos, traditional silos and configuration that we are living in, the intellectual slavery and slavery in disciplinary silos that will limit us. But if we come in a convergence manner, there are many opportunities from this area. I have already highlighted the issue of industrial biotechnology and the need for us to apply science and technology to domesticate these molecules using approaches that will ensure sustainability. Because hunting for these molecules, the way we have been in insects, in plants, in all types of animals, in snakes and so on, will not be. You may have to start a snake farm and learn new technology on how to rear snakes. So this is science and technology, and begin to harvest that molecule, remove what is harmful, get the protein that we need, reconfigure it, and get the products in the direction that we need. In conclusion, the paradigm shift is urgent. And so I want to call members online and those who are in that the time is now. We are very grateful for the efforts you have made, and we have made before, but it's even now more urgent. In view of the vision we have cast on this continent in this 21st century, the displacement process that's going to take place, in just a few years, we'll never talk about natural products industry if you don't take action now. The awareness is important and urgent. The evidence needs to come out and people believe what's happening, and that can only be championed by scientists together with others. The practice of it should be believable. Not, you say you're a professor in the herbalist, but you're a herbalist, but you're saying you're a professor. The practice must be streamlined. Dr. Nambatia, when I move around, I find these people who don't know these things, they have some indigenous knowledge, they're calling themselves professors. And this is what makes even people neglect natural products industry. Because the people, the custodians, the stewards, think They are not paying attention. Africa is someone who has never, like say I'm a professor, but he's just using mystical systems to address this. So we need the regulation, and this is the governance, the policy frameworks, and so on, which ensure that this industry is respected. And you don't just come up and say, what's the criteria for you? Yes, you have been given an industrial certificate, you are a commercial artisan who is practicing at that level. But you should not simply come up and say, I'm a professor, I'm a lecturer, I'm this and so on. These are the things that are such an important industry for Africa, with potential to bring in more dollars than the traditional crops that we have around. It is urgent. Governance, regulatory issues are addressed. Awareness, evidence, research, technology, and practice are addressed. I want to thank you members for listening to me. I have presented this on behalf of many other scientists who are passionate about this, some locally, others outside, and I've narrated the story. Thank you for the opportunity you have given us.
Thank you very much, Professor Kabasa. Now I know why the Germans fell in love with you. They keep inviting you as visiting professor. I got to learn this when I was in Germany 20 years ago. They were inviting him and they still invite him. I'm glad they needed to retain you. They allowed you to come back, but they still can't have enough of you. And we cannot have enough of you. Professor, thank you so much for this eye-opening, passionate talk. I love that. I think Professor is right. We have to do away with the this hunter-gatherer strategy of harvesting raw materials for production of natural products. We need to rethink. We need to have a new strategy. I think the audience have a lot of questions right here and those online. Please, Professor has a lot of commitments lined up after here, so we had better be quick. So just a few seconds for the questions. Each question should take a few seconds, okay? Let's start. Yes, Dr. Namatia has a question or a comment.
Yeah, Prof, I just want to thank you. I always give those moving, motivational, meaningful talks, and for me, I've recorded it. Yeah, because I need to listen to it again. You're right, the time is now. Maybe I would say that in this pandemic, WHO took trouble to assess African countries regarding commitment to research on herbal medicine in an effort to find treatments for COVID-19. And I had a chance to participate in the forum and found that as we talk about Africa and the challenges, some African countries are really in a different position, like South Africa, Nigeria. Talk of clinical trials, these are countries already in phase 3 clinical trials. So in that regard, we need to map countries and where they are. And as we do this networking within and beyond, and get to know what to pick from these other countries. You heard about the presenter from South Africa yesterday talking about the patenting systems, it's like protection is early enough. So we need to know what do we learn from these countries. Ghana, for example, which has an equivalent of natural chemotherapeutics, already has a hospital on site. They even produce herbal products. They have a national formula on herbals, in a sense that when they talk about microbial resistance in the synthetics, they talk about plan B. So Africa as a whole, we need to know that some are really out there. Uganda, I think the colonialism really did a lot of havoc on us, in a sense that when COVID came in and we woke up, there was an avalanche of so much information, but ironically in Africa, it could be one of the richest in biodiversity. So the question here, how do we put ourselves together vis-a-vis those who are coming to cash in on what we have, and they have technology, they are already 5G, they can easily, so those are the things to think about. But Professor, thank you so much.
Is there a hand there?
Thank you very much, Professor John David. Your communication, your presentation is really moving. I wish I was listening to you from a politician perspective. That brings me to this question. Can there be another conference like this where only politicians are invited? Because those are the people who make decisions and they can make things happen now. Thank you.
I also have a number of comments online. Professor Monica Martinez says, why don't we recognize these people with the knowledge as professors? They own the knowledge, maybe classified traditional medicine to classes and naming of professional. Okay. Yeah. But as she says, they own the knowledge. They may be classified as traditional medicine kind of professionals to keep the old kind of to do away with the old witch doctor concepts or something. So what is your view once again, Professor Kamasa?
I think I've captured. Thank you, Dr. Nambatia. She has said the time is now. Number two, WHO has a keen interest in what we are doing. It is important we take a decision at this conference because there has to be the communique of this conference. What is it that we have decided? After the discussions, there are certain decisions we should get. One of them is that we should engage WHO, we should engage the focal persons that are involved, and I want to suspect Dr. Nambatia is one of them. We should engage, and this conference should decide that we are going to engage the focal persons, the committees, and so on, that are working with WHO, and see how we progress this agenda. Number three, commitment to herbal medicine as a key value chain. And this looks at what I talked about, the pharmaceutical products that are going to push through. So she has re-emphasized the issue of the herbal medicine, is the medical, the health remedies, the health value chain as being critical for emphasis. And the action points that have been raised is include, strengthening of patenting systems, the mapping out of this across the country, and as NAPIANA, imagine NAPIANA, these are some of the things that we can do, that we can already with the network of members across, how do we profile and make it possible across the continent to start profiling through the assistance of ICT. These are things that we can put up as key milestones as we start to strengthen this direction. Now, the colonial, she has emphasized colonial, this is the intellectual slavery. We need to decode what we are talking about so that people understand. We don't have to talk ourselves. Once we are speaking a language which is in hotels, in conference, and science are talking and discussing, things will not go down. So one critical thing that she has said that for us to set people free from this colonial hangover and the intellectual slavery that exists, we need to simplify, unpack, and make things easy for people to understand. Then they can contribute meaningfully in the co-creation of a new direction. The rich biodiversity, she has made a recommendation that let us put all things together and come. But this is what I was saying. We need to benchmark, look at the example happening in Ghana. How do you create a herbal hospital, a herbal medical center? After this discussion, I'm going to engage immediately the Minister for Science and Technology over this. If you resolve now, I'll go with your mandate because I have meetings with them. So if you resolve that this is a good idea, then I will be saying this consortium is appealing to the Minister for Science and Technology for a special dialogue on how we can mainstream the natural products value chain as a key subsector in that the institutionalization. In that way, you are logged into the decision-making mechanism of government, and you're able to log into the political system, and you don't just keep talking as scientists here. We're able to log in. If we get that secured and the structure is created for that, then we're in a position in a multidisciplinary. The conference for politicians and decision makers has been recommended. I think I hear that as a community from here. Then recognition of competence. This is something I mentioned here that we need to strengthen the frameworks from the point of view of science, from the point of view of Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Education, for example, has taken mechanisms to recognize competence of people. But stakeholders need to go to the ministry and tell the ministry that there's this area and there's this industry. And this is something we can do again and engage. Just as we did at the Africa platform, we said you can recognize and help farmers to be professional and skilled. Create professional farmers. We can create these herbal people and give them the competence they belong to. They aspire to be recognized, but they're not being developed. So NAPIA, with the science, can provide that. And this is the challenge, Mr. Vice Chancellor. You know how academia thinks. When you tell them that you want to recognize people, the class will say, what are you looking for in the university? But the university must now go to the community and help in shepherding and nurturing the human capital that we need. The indigenous knowledge they have should be curated, packaged, and taken to the market. So working in partnership with them is going to be very helpful. So I concur with Professor Martinez, one of the champions of the network, mentor of all these scientists, including here. I recognize you, Professor Martinez. She was a serious mentor for Dr. Alice, and she has continued to do so. We need to package work to develop curricula that are competence-based and that recognize and prior learning and give credit to them. The university is very well versed in this system of credit. And we don't need to be the one to teach, but we can provide leadership. So I think those are my comments on the issue that have been raised. Thank you.
Professor, before I leave the podium, Dr. Namatia has yet another special comment. Please go ahead. Make your comment.
You told us Prof is leaving early. That's why I thought I should give this comment. Professor, you've ably commented that you would like to engage Minister of Science and Technology, which is really Right, I just want to inform the audience that our current Minister of Science and Minister of Science and Technology, Honorable Dr. Musenero Monica, who is managing the Presidential Scientific Initiative within this COVID time. She has spearheaded bringing scientists together and pushing for research into a product. You publish in prior to a product. Gone are the days you just push for publication for promotion. And before Prof leaves, you know very well, Prof, we are all under preside. And Dr. Mr. is the others who are told how we are at a conference. Kindly please go ahead and inform her. One of the products that is coming out of the research, that's guided by Dr. Musenero within this COVID pandemic. This has come out, as we'll hear of it later. It's related to alleviating symptoms of COVID. There is Wabugia, syrup, cough, and others. So what I want to bring out is that there is encouragement of research into products, not thesis and putting them on the shelf. So Professor Kabasa, it's very timely. She's so supportive. She keeps asking herself what's wrong with Uganda, and we are privileged to have her as Minister of that docket. And again, we must appreciate our head of state. He really gets sleepless nights wondering what a rich country and having no products. So I think this should encourage us that we are not groping in the dark. Thank you.
Yeah, I think she has seconded, she has moved that. Move away from publish or perish to produce or perish. So product or perish, publish or perish. Publish or perish is good, product or perish is better. Those of you who read the other book, know that's book. Animal Farm. I said, which legs were better? From 4 legs were good, but 2 legs were what? You know what? So you need to go back. So I think I've got it. Scientists were here. Let us work with the people who have rudimentary knowledge or unpolished knowledge. Work with them, polish and have a product on the market together with them. Give them some intellectual right in that, share intellectual right with us, and that is what also let us assist that wants to work.
Okay, thank you, Professor. There is one question here. How do we take advantage of the existing local government structures at the grassroots where the herbal medicine is sourced from? People like EHOs, DEOs, Secretary for Health, etc. It's clean.
I think, Mr. Chair, that is a recommendation that in going forward, we should take advantage of the local government structure when we're building the system. In there is a community development officer. You have extension officers, they're always with the people. So when we are building this, they should be part of the value chain actors. I think that's the recommendation.
Now, Mr. Muhoza, you had a question or comment. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Professor David Kabasa. I'm so much delighted when I had an addition from Professor Kamakenes on the issue of knowledge development and recognition. I'm delighted to inform you that I was part of the experts, the panel of the experts in developing the occupational herbalist job. It is the occupational cluster of herbalists under the Ministry of Education. And we categorized these books, as you can see. They are in 3 groups, in 3 categories: level 1, level 2, and level 3. The beginning of understanding has always started from up at the university level. So, but this time the Director of Industrial Training, NCRI, and the National Representative, and a team of herbalists were mandated to design how the knowledge of herbal medicine can begin from the lowest level of understanding. And we categorize these levels as level 1, level 2, and level 3. Whereby in level 1, herbalists will have a knowledge of cultivating, gardening, and also post-harvesting of raw materials. Then level 2 is the person who collects the herbal medicine, herbal products, and supplies them to the comprising units for market and distribution. Then we came to level 3, the person who formulates herbal medicines and produces products and herbal medicine and conducts research on complications of other unusual ailments. So they are in 3 categories. Why we did this is because there was a gap. And we are happy that the Ministry of Education recognized them, and they are going to be put under the curriculum of secondary school, of lower secondary schools. So in so, I think we have started to recognize the herbal knowledge or the indigenous knowledge and categorizing it and putting it in our own curriculum. These books are complete. They have a curriculum, they have marking guides, and they have even scores, and they have even qualifications. So I think this is the beginning point. With a newly born baby, to me, I feel this system should be integrated right from the beginning so that it can create more interest in job creation with proper qualifications in the herbal sector. Then we can have standardized product and standardized knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor, are you adding it?
Yes, emphasize the integration of curriculum development, right from the grassroots to the highest level, and building on already existing efforts, and that has to be part of the profile. Is the whole subject of profiling along different actors, local government, education, and the herbalists and so on, as a main activity. Thank you.
Oh, maybe another very quick question or comment, please.
Forgive me for talking a lot, but I have a number of answers to these issues. Yes, integration of traditional medicine into our national health system is a roadmap as presented by WHO, 2014 to 2023. I received that roadmap on behalf of Uganda in 2014 in Zimbabwe, but where we failed is to domesticate even such a roadmap. Why? Because as a country we did yet have a policy to enable such. This policy has been translated into law in this pandemic. So that is another fast-tracking thing we have to do to make sure the law is implemented. We just have to guide the Minister of Health on those areas where she is the authority. Regarding the grassroots infrastructure, we have a public-private partnership for health policy, which was officially launched in 2012. Each district has a PPH desk, but what we are lacking is that official equivalent desk at the Ministry of Health, simply because we didn't have the Act of Parliament of Traditional Computer Medicine. Now that is there, we can, through that demand, to have officialization of PPH at every level. It's through there that you can capture issues that are happening there. Issues of titles of herbalists, that is to be sorted out by the Act as it gets implemented. Uganda is to decide on what titles they should have. The WHO suggests they should have traditional health practitioner, doctor, something. But the country is free to adopt for purposes of not confusing society. So I think, and the curriculum which academia. Somebody talked of referrals, that they're not there. You cannot refer where you've not validated. The prescriber has no bridge of linking to those products which they may not understand. They were trained to talk the language of pharmacology, pharmacokinetics. So alluding back to what Professor Wako indicated, the need for validation, we can't avoid it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Napatia. Anything else? Okay, in the interest of time, let's give round of applause to our next speaker is Professor Dinesh Maharaj, University of Pretoria. Professor Maharaj is a professor of natural product chemistry, Faculty of Natural and Agricultural Sciences, University of Pretoria. He heads the Department of Chemistry and is on the advisory panel for Cannabis Research Institute of South Africa. He has also a number of collaborations worldwide, and his research interests are in natural product chemistry and is trained in the discovery of new drugs. And he now leads the biodiscovery group in the department. Professor Maharaj, you're very welcome to present your talk.
Okay, good morning, colleagues. I hope you can all hear me. I'm going to try and just start with sharing my screen. Can you all see that? Is that clear enough?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, colleagues, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to share some of our research in the Department of Chemistry, the biodiscovery group, which I actually lead in the department. So I thought I'll just share with you the research we're doing in what we call the creation of a library of biodiversity samples, what we call for a market bank. And this is in line with actually your theme for the conference, which is about reimagining natural product drug discovery. And if you think about more recent advances in the way drug discovery is actually done, much of this work is now actually focusing on the creation of libraries for high throughput screening campaign purposes. So that's what I thought would be actually good to consider how we can actually change the way we do drug discovery on natural products on the continent. So my group consists of many students, and I've just listed some of the students who are directly involved in this project. It is a project that we conceptualized many years ago, but now coming to fruition more recently with some levels of funding that allowed us to actually make some investment in some technology that is needed to be able to do this. So as much of you know that in Africa and in certain parts of the world as well, we have very high levels of biodiversity. And of course, all of us involved in natural products drug discovery, we always try to see, where do we start? I mean, we have like over 54,000 plant species in Africa alone. And it's always I wouldn't say a challenge, but always have to find a starting point. Many of us rely on what we call the Ethno-Botanical approach, where we actually rely on traditional knowledge, and which actually directs us to a very specific disease area, where we can then select plants for a specific area and then focus our research on that. There's also the chemotaxonomical approach, where we know certain chemistry of certain plant species, and because certain chemistries are actually known for different targets or different diseases, we can actually then collect only those species and work on those species. And of course, there's the random approach, which says, well, let's try and collect all the plants that we have and try and test all of this. But of course, that is a major task, because there's quite a few number of species and not very easy to get hold of of these plants. Ultimately, but very importantly, most of those, in whichever approach you're following, all of it, the center point is actually about bio-guided fractionation, which is about biological assaying of these samples, and ultimately trying to identify what is the so-called active ingredient or ingredients that are present for and responsible for the activity. So if you look at the classical methods about doing this, and the identification of active ingredients is actually very important for drug discovery purposes, especially from a regulatory point of view. In whether you're actually working on an extract or whether you're working on a single chemical entity for drug discovery, the regulations are always asking you what is the active ingredient so that you can actually determine your pharmacological efficacy, especially at a clinical level as well. So the classical method for trying to identify the active ingredients has always been starting off with your plants, preparing extracts, and then doing some sort of biological assay. And once you have a biological assay and you have an indicator saying, yes, there is some efficacy in this extract, then the tedious process of trying to fractionate on typically column chromatography, generating of hundreds of fractions and then screening all of these, and ultimately then trying to actually get to a point where you have a pure compound and identifying it by using techniques such as NMR and mass spectrometry to identify what is the structure. Of course, this is a very iterative process, can be a very time-consuming and a very lengthy process. So what are the challenges around this process? So it's typically, starting from a plant, and what does it take to get to the point of actually isolating and identifying the active ingredient? So classically, if you look at your plant material, your genetic material, they have hundreds of compounds, if not thousands of compounds. So it's quite a complex mixture that one needs to unravel and de-replicate to actually find what are these active ingredients. We also find them actually highly complex in the sense that they contain many artifacts. So many of these extracts or compounds that occur in plants are artifacts. They're actually not giving you a direct biological efficacy, but actually a false positive. And those have to be removed. So often when you screen these plant extracts in a bioassay, it comes up as highly active. And these tend to be artifacts. They're not really active ingredients. And of course, we all learn about the loss in purification, which require us to use large quantities of plant materials and raw materials. So large quantities of plants are needed to actually be able to isolate these compounds. And often you find that it actually takes up to about 12 months to isolate a pure compound. So it takes a long time. And when you get to the very end, you realize that someone else has published the data, or someone has patented the chemical compound for its use. And of course, it then poses a challenge, especially to your postgraduate studies. Extracts are not compatible to modern biological screening. If you look at the new bioassay techniques that are used, more compatible methods of actually screening are required rather than just extracts. And of course, in Africa, one of the big problems and the challenges we have faced is that we do not have much of the technology that is actually available to be able to isolate this compound. So often we find ourselves and our students actually take our plant samples and take these over to the Northern Hemisphere. And what happens in the Northern Hemisphere? I mean, these beautiful molecules, the wonderful molecules that actually are isolated, actually form part of their libraries. These actually libraries that are built in the Northern Hemisphere. Actually, are many of our compounds from plants originating from African resources. So that is somehow we need to relook at basically, can we not build these libraries on our continent rather than actually getting our samples actually being utilized internationally. So this, if you look more recently at the literature, especially more recent articles, there's one in scientific reports that has been published in India, where they've actually started to create a library of medicinal plants, specifically around the phytochemistry samples, and also looking at the biological data. And a very expansive one that has been done in Singapore. So Singapore has close to 150,000 samples that's also created and curated in the library, which is subject to high throughput screening. So this seems to be the trend in drug discovery of natural products in more recent times. If you look at specific cases like the National Cancer Institute in the United States, where they have over 100,000 natural extracts and compounds, and about 2 million samples ready for high throughput screening purposes. So they've been able to take the samples and also purify these. And as you know, the National Cancer Institute has samples that have been collected around the world. There's many of such institutes in China that actually have repositories of samples, especially natural products. One of the largest ones is actually in Ascites in Australia, and they have something like 600,000 samples, and you can actually see what the facility looks like. It's all robotic in terms of storage of the samples and providing access. And these are over 600,000 samples of both semi-synthetic natural products and the natural products itself. And one of the largest companies in the world in terms of natural product research, which is Novartis, have an expansive library of natural products as well. So given this, we started off many years ago trying to create a library in South Africa. And we started off by trying to collect many plants as possible. Our collections extend about 4 years. All samples were deposited at the South African National Biodiversity Institute in the herbarium. And of course, all the taxonomy was actually done by themselves as well. Sandy, which is also has what you call a database, a Preci database, which actually has a record of all the collected species in the country, together with the GPS coordinates. So we just enriched their herbarium samples. And most of the collections were actually supervised collections by botanists or plant collectors with a detailed GPS coordinates of every plant that was collected. So this is something that we embarked on some time ago. And of course, we're working with high throughput of sample numbers. We had to develop a database. So we developed a database actually for a sample tracking system to be able to track all the samples. You know, you would collect leaves, roots, and stems all separately. We needed a sample numbering system. So it was a database that we had developed. And together with that, we were able to link plants that were collected with their traditional knowledge. A lot of traditional knowledge is, in fact, in the public domain. A lot of it is not in the public domain as well, but whatever was in the public domain, we were able to put a reference to each of these samples what was published on this traditional knowledge. Ultimately, we ended up with collecting about 7,000 plant species and converted that into extracts. So there are about 30,000 plant extracts, and you can see how we actually had a system of purifying these, extracting these and getting them into dried extract forms. And of course, in the regulatory environment from South Africa, we had to comply with the regulations. We had a permitting system for harvesting all these plant samples, and completed what we call a phase one. We actually have all these samples stored and a database for actually managing the sample numbers. So that has brought us to a point to say, all right, how can we make this available for drug discovery purposes? And following more recent trends in terms of where drug discovery is done, we now are converting these extracts and these plant species, which for at least 500 of them are medicinal plants. We're converting them into semi-purified fractions. So that can generate up to about 50,000 semi-purified fractions. Implementing a system for high throughput or rapid structure elucidation of compounds after biological assay, and of course enriching our database. And ultimately we'll have a system which would actually have all the samples stored in microtiter plates at -20 degrees, and the copies of that are then made ready and available to those who want to collaborate for high throughput screening operations for different biological purposes. Of course, ultimately, we would love to move and contribute beyond South Africa to actually build the repository on the continent's biodiversity, enriching this by collaborating with the others in the continent to actually building a library of just not plants in South Africa, but actually expanding this to collaborators on the continent. So we've been fortunate to actually get funding from our government, from the Department of Science and Innovation, to be able to set up the what we call the high throughput system, to be able to produce these samples ready for high throughput screening. So it starts typically with plant material. So it's typically starting off with plant material. then moving to converting that to extract. So we have a sort of a medium throughput extraction method to convert these plants into extracts, and we have a series of extracts that are done reproducibly. These extracts are then put into a liquid handler, typically through solid phase extraction. So through solid phase extraction, we are able to purify these typically into 7 fractions per extract. And in those 7 fractions, you are able to identify which are the polar, the medium polar, and the non-polar compounds. And ultimately, that then actually gets through a liquid handler, converted and transferred into a 96-well plate. This gets dried down by a what we call a Genivac. It's a high throughput drying system, which actually dries down all the solvent. And through our liquid handler, again, we're able to transfer all the samples from the liquid handler into a 2D barcoded Fluidax tube, which is also fitted into a 96-well plate. So every sample is then accurately transferred to a 96-well plate. And in these 96-well plates, we actually have the concentration of each of the samples at about 5 milligrams per mil stored in DMSO. That's then put into a storage facility, a robotic freezer at -20 degrees. And that is all then barcoded and stored in the freezer. And whenever you need a sample, the storage facility is able to then remove a sample. So this technology, this whole platform is currently being set up. Well, we actually about 80% of that has been done, and now starting to actually start building up the library. So one of the big challenges about identifying the active ingredients that I described earlier, we try to overcome that by actually using more modern hyphenated techniques, such as mass spectrometry. So classically, when someone actually, through a collaboration, needs a set of samples for screening, our robot is able to remove the selected samples back to the liquid handler, and the liquid handler then transfers a copy into another 96-well microtiter plate, and that's typically like 5 milligrams per million DMSO, and we don't provide anything more than about 30 microliters per sample. So a person screening samples receives about 30 microliters per sample in DMSO. So there's nothing very much they can do other than do a bioassay of the sample, and all the samples also are barcoded. So there's not much information for those doing bioassaying in terms of what the chemistry would be as well. So we have several collaborations that are actually able to undertake some screening for HIV, cancer, and also more recently been involved in screening for COVID-19 and some of the neglected diseases, and including malaria as well. So typically what happens is once you screen a 96-well microtiter plate with all the samples, you actually get hits. Classically, 1 or 2 wells will actually show you good activity, and those are the ones that actually would be interested. We then take that specific sample and analyze it by a UPLC QTOF MS, and that's classically using the accurate mass of your compounds. And with the accurate mass and through various databases that we actually use and some software provided by some of the suppliers like the Waters Unify software, which is able to predict structures based on the accurate mass and databases, we are able then to get a tentative identification of the active compounds in that specific well. So that can be done quite quickly in terms of time-wise. Within 2 weeks of actually getting your hits, you can actually get the active compounds and then decide, well, is it worthwhile trying to purify it any further? Because now you know what is the structure of the active compounds in that specific well. So of course, you now need to do further testing, but before that, one needs to purify these compounds. So we've also implemented a system, what we call HPLC, mass directed fractionation, and is essentially an HPLC system, a semi-prep or a prep HPLC, which interfaces with the mass spectrometry and UV. So you can actually program your collections to actually collect the masses that you've detected during your earlier stages. We identify the tentative structure of the compound. You now program your mass detector to collect only the compounds that you are in search of. And through that, after collection, you actually then isolate the pure compounds which you've actually been targeting based on your mass, your mass spectrometry. So this is targeted purification of the compounds, so mass directed fractionation, and ultimately we get sufficient to sample for an NMR, and we have a high field NMR 500 megahertz, so it's fitted with a cold probe, and of course that ultimately leads to the structure elucidation based on the NMR, mass spectrometry, and UV. So that's an overall platform that we've actually set up, and just to give you some recent results that we've actually had. So we've done a lot of screening against SARS-CoV-2. Just to give an example, so we've tested close to 300 extracts and fractions that have been screened, and classically what a plate, because we will actually send a plate copy to our screening partners, in this case the University of Basel, that actually screens against SARS-CoV-2 cellular. This is an infectious assay, so it's actually using a clinical isolate of the SARS as well. So this is classically what a plate would look like, where all our samples are in the plate, and they would typically use that for their bioassay. Okay, so once you actually have the data from a specific plate, we are able to then look at the activity profile. So just classically looking at antiviral activity in this case. So we look at the hits, and so each of these bar lines represents a well, and those wells actually, where we look at a pretty good activity, we are able then to take that specific well with that sample, run a UPLC QTOF MS analysis, determine what is the targeted compound or what is the active ingredient in that specific well, because this has been semi-purified now. And once we know the compound, we then move to mass-directed fractionation, purifying this in sufficient quantities, and ultimately ending up with the NMR, and we are able to elucidate the chemical compound. And as I said earlier on, this is classically can take you up to 12 months to actually do, maybe even more, but we are able to do this now in a pretty short period of time, in maybe 1 to 2 months actually. So this is just an example of how we've been able to utilize this to actually, in the case of COVID. In terms of anti-plasmodium screening, this is classically what our plates look like. So you make a copy of the plate, and each plate has a specific sample, also purified samples, and then these are screened by the pharmacologist or your collaborator. And just to give you an example, so this is typically a hit that you'd find in a well over there of a specific species, and we'd say that's a hit because of the good biological activity. And these are 3 cases where we actually have some good hits for 3 different species. Overall, like for malaria, we have plasmodium screening, it's about 224 extracts and fractions that we've screened. Again, once again, those active compounds specifically for this plant, Aloe mallothi. I think on Monday someone was talking about Aloe mallothi as well. Specifically, we've been able to quite quickly get the tentative identification through UPLC QTOF of the active wells. So if you just go quickly there, you can see these are the wells that were active for Aloe mallothi. Just run them in UPLC QTOF, and you get the tentative identification of these compounds, Aloe saponol and Aloe saponarin 1. So that's the tentative identification, and then through mass-directed fractionation, so we do mass-directed purification, specifically of those fractions, and we then get enough quantity to purify, to analyze by NMR, and we then confirm the activity by NMR. We'll confirm the structures by NMR, Aloe saponarin, Aloe saponol, and Aloe saponol 4. We're all identified as the active ingredients, also structural elucidation by NMR, and then we've been able to rescreen them in terms of the anti-plasmodium activity against the N54 K1 strains, and also against the gametocytes as well. So again, this has been rapidly done in a very short space of time, up to getting to these compounds within 4 to 5 months. So it's quite a short space of time. And that allows you to actually then do any further biological activity and structure activity relations and take it into drug discovery and development. With neglected diseases, we work with the Wellcome Institute for Infectious Diseases in the University of Dundee. We have about 1,000 samples, all extracts and fractions, and selected based on chemotaxonomy and ethno-medicinal uses, and currently planning for screening against leishmaniasis, trypanosomiasis, and against Plasmodium falciparum as well. So those results will be available in the next 2 to 3 months, and we're looking forward to getting those data. Some anti-cancer screening that we've done with the JSS University of Academy Research in India. So we've screened over 288 samples. Again, these are copies that we make from our library, and screen against 3 different cell lines, and we then have a criteria for selecting the activity. But classically, this is what your activity scores would look like. So each well will have an inhibition activity, and these because basically this is how the screening is done based on the exact plate that we have given them. And then we are able to see specifically wells where we actually have very good anti-cancer activity. So you can see some good anti-cancer activity. Very specifically in this case over here, you can see these wells they had good activity. We just run again the UPLC cutoff, and in a very short space of time, in fact within I think 2 weeks, we were able to identify these compounds in these wells as being all related to caffeoylquinic acids, which have actually been quite well published against cancer, by the way. So that allows you to make a decision quickly whether you want to go forward in terms of purifying them to get enough for NMR and do any further development, any further research for drug discovery purposes. So ultimately, our 2 final products from this whole platform is about creation of a library of biodiversity sample, which will be enriched with natural compounds. Well, I say South African biodiversity, but of course we want to expand that to Africa. And that will be typically of extracts, fractions, and compounds. Of course, all of this has to be underpinned by an annotated library. So this is a database that we actually manages all the samples. But together with that, we're going to be adding all the chemical information as we go along in terms of the substance of chemistry I've just shown you, but as well as adding all the biological data. So in a few years' time, once you have all the biological data, all the samples, and some of the chemistry, you are then able to apply artificial intelligence to actually mine the database. So look at certain classes of compounds that are active against certain diseases. So this is our ultimate goal in terms of where we want to be in developing this so-called web-based database that we could provide access to. And that's my last slide. I just want to thank some of my collaborators, the National Cancer Institute, Professor Barry Kieff, who actually provided us all the protocols and all the methods that they had used, and we've done an exact duplication of what's done in the NCI. So the techniques that we are using is exactly the same. And then the other screening partners that have actually been involved in so anti-cancer, anti-plasmodial screening, University of Basel for COVID-19, and the Worcester Institute in the US also for COVID-19 screening. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
A few clarifications that I need to get from you. One, how did you go about collecting botanical research to build that library? The second one is this library accessible publicly? Then lastly, how do you think this library can contribute to the involvement of country-specific carbon monographs? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Let's finish. Your presentation has just want to confirm that knowing what you have as a country in biodiversity, key to development, conservation, and has also confirmed one thing, that setting up the infrastructure of identification, the way you turn to us, requires heavy investment from our country. Given that this can't happen overnight, not even in a year, do you accept or do you have to facilitate contracting your services? Because we may need to go in that direction, as well as benchmarking. And another question goes to Dr. Alice. Through the baby born today, is there a way we could be facilitated to access, benchmark, and identify what we need before even think that we know what we need? Because, like I said, some countries in Africa are really well ahead, and we need to look at the share. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Maharaj.
Chair.
Yes, please.
I'll put my video on a bit briefly. I must apologize. I did not seem to get the questions very clearly. I think maybe the masks are actually.
Oh, yeah. Let me ask. Okay, let me ask Dr. Rex to repeat the question quickly. She's going to repeat the question, please.
Though it might change. Number one, you didn't talk about cannabis. We are very interested because Uganda wants to see how to get there into medical cannabis. But even if you didn't talk about it, what requires to know what you have as a country in terms of biodiversity, so as to know your riches and its conservation, requires a lot of investment in terms of laboratory infrastructure. We cannot seem to have it, not even in the coming 12 months. Is there a way we could really do contract services from your lab to quickly screen some of the things we have? And number two, to Alice, the convener of this meeting, through the baby born today, NAPIANA, can you facilitate that kind of linkage? Go to that lab, learn and then get to know what we need. Thank you.
Chair, can I respond?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Fine, let me go ahead. So specifically, I didn't talk about cannabis. I didn't think that it was not really directly part of my presentation. But anyway, let me just share with you our involvement in cannabis. So I'm one of the key collaborators with the Department of Science and Innovation in South Africa. So it's a consortium of members that basically consists of a team of clinicians, pharmacologists, and myself, natural product chemists, and including agronomists as well, responsible for the cultivation of the plant. So what our role is actually is to develop products based on cannabis for approval by the regulatory environment. Now, as you know, in terms of the regulatory environment for cannabis, it is quite tightly regulated in terms of its medicinal uses. So, you would probably be familiar with the CBD and THC contents, and the regulations are all based on what claims can you make based on the CBD and THC. So we are undertaking research to produce products that contain probably both CBD and THC. But of course, from a regulatory perspective, you cannot get them approved from a medicinal point of view unless you do clinical studies. So a lot of work is actually looking at specific claims. One of them is actually COVID and cancer, multiple sclerosis, where we are undertaking research. And we are planning for clinical studies for some of these that we've done. And once we do the clinical studies, hopefully we can actually get these approved by the regulatory environment. There's also the approach that we're having as a complementary medicine. So, but much of that you've seen on the market already, the CBD, which is actually approved by the regulatory environment as a complementary medicine. So you're not allowed to make any medicinal claims. A large proportion of work has got to do with the cultivation and the agronomy, because as you would know, you have certain challenges around the plant in terms of getting the correct genetic variety, and the plant has the ability to cross-pollinate. So it is very difficult to actually keep a certain concentration of your CBDs from a genetic variety consistent. Because of cross-pollination, you can actually get cross-contamination. So a lot of work is agronomy to see can we keep the genetic pool the same with regard to actually having the right concentrations of your CBDs and your THCs. That's a bit of the cannabis. In terms of South Africa, in terms of the regulatory environment, so we have a very tough, we have a regulatory environment which is governed by the biological diversity of the CBD, and ultimately we have the Biodiversity Act of the country. So all of our work has been done in compliance with Biodiversity Act, which has a permitting system for harvesting of plants, and also a permitting system for being able to do any commercialization. So we have to comply with that to the permitting system. In terms of contract research, this is not something we actually promote. We promote collaborative research. So we prefer that that we actually set up collaborations. So providing access to the facility is through collaboration. So often we look at postgraduate from academic point of view. You know, students, they actually come and participate in this value chain by getting training and actually working in the laboratories rather than a contract research. So also institute to institute collaborative programs is what we actually would support. About a year ago, I submitted a proposal to the African Academy of Sciences to expand this platform to Africa. It's still under consideration, and if that comes through, obviously, we would like to involve more countries to participate in this program. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much, Prof. We have a hand up from our online participants. Have a question from Sahid.
Thank you for the opportunity, and many thanks to Prof. Vinesh for the nice talk. During the course of the presentation, you used the word tentative identification. Could you please clarify that? What is the level of confidence in terms of identification of this active metabolite? Vis-a-vis, how sure are we that we are working with the tentative compounds that have been elucidated? Thank you, Prof.
Right, thank you for that question. So our tentative identification is classically based on our UPLC QTOF MS data, which is typically using the accurate mass and fragmentation patterns. So your identification is only as good as the data you can generate. So how accurate your instrument is. So because it's a QTOF, we actually have very accurate data, but it is not going to give you the ultimate answer that this is the final structure. It is only really NMR that can do that. So when we do the tentative identifications, a lot of this is based on databases. So actually matching the accurate mass and the fragmentation pattern to compounds in databases. So if you do find a good hit in the database, that is, we would call that a tentative identification. So we use what you call a unified database from Waters, the Chinese medicine traditional database of chemical compounds, ChemSpider, MedFusion, Metlin. So these are the databases that we use. But it still, again, I would emphasize, gives you a tentative structure. The confidence level is typically in the region of about 80 to 90%. Of course, this is HPL or UPLC-MS, so it's not as accurate as GCMS because your technologies are different between the two. But ultimately, we actually, we also then, at times when you know it's a known compound, by your tentative identification, there are hundreds of standards that you can buy around the world. You can actually purchase the standard and inject it on your HPLC-MS, and that gives you the confirmation. But often we actually then do the final step, which is actually go to the purification and get the NMR, which then confirms your tentative structure.
Yeah, thanks, Prof. There is one question that was not addressed, Professor. Yes, Mr. Mten, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Professor. My name is once again Michael Chera.
I just had a few questions. One, we wish you to share your experience on how you have been able to collect the botanical data, so that you're able to populate the library. The second is the library accessible publicly. That, how can this data be adequately used to evolve indigenous herbal monograms? Thank you.
Right, let's hope I actually understand your questions, but I'll try. In terms of the botanical data, we have relied on the South African Botanical Institute, SANBI, who are very rich in their taxonomy processes. So they actually do all the taxonomy for us in terms of the identification. So none of that is, we do any of that. The University of Pretoria also has a very good herbarium with taxonomists as well that do the confirmation and identification of the plant species. The collation of that is in a database. So all of that information that we've gathered in terms of collection of the plants and the identification is added to a database. But the database is structured in such a way that you don't literally, you don't type in your names of the species that you identified. It's almost basically something that's provided by the botanists, where you actually work on what you call drop-down boxes, and you select the species. And included in that is what you call a gen spec number. So I'm not sure if you're familiar that many of the plant species all have a genus species number, and these are very unique numbers for each species. And we use that to actually confirm the identification by the botanists. I hope that answers the questions in terms of collation of botanical samples. If I understand, secondly, your question was with regard to access to data or protection of data. I wasn't too sure about that. I can comment that, you know, the data is directly, a lot of it is actually linked to traditional knowledge. So we have to find ways to protect traditional knowledge. So you cannot just make data openly and easily available, but it's always available through collaboration. So through signed agreements is a way to make data accessible through collaborative arrangements. I hope that answers your questions.
Thank you very much, Prof. I have, however, one question. Professor, given the demand for herbals and the anthropogenic pressures on these herbals, some of these plants are kind of endangered, others are almost extinct. And many of them, given the growth in the global population, are bound to get extinct. What do you have plans in setting up, say, biobanks, biomaterial banks, frozen material, so that in the future this can be accessed, say, create cell lines, or kind of like resurrect these plants, because the technology is there. Some of these plants could be recreated, could be brought back to life. Something similar to what is happening in the line of animals. When I used to work for the Zoological Society of San Diego, in the conservation labs, we had the frozen zoo still there, and they collected thousands and thousands of animal biomaterials. And a number of these are actually, many of them, like 90%, are endangered. Some of them are completely extinct. But there is technology, and now people are talking of, you know, resurrecting those animals. Now, what do you think of starting something similar in the line of plant biomaterials, so that these are accessed, first of all, for research, and then later on, if plantlets or like tissue culture or something, given out to farmers, they're planted and so on, so that we don't have to lose them. Thank you very much, Prof.
Yeah, thank you. That is actually a very important point. If I recall a few years ago in the SADC region, there was a project put together by the SADC region, which was called the Seed Bank Project. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but in that project, the whole idea was to actually create a repository of seeds or plant genetic material, so that these are all then cataloged and set aside that in future, these can actually be made available, in case of extinction. So I'm not sure how far that is. My role basically has been to create a repository at a chemistry level. So build a chemical library. And that's my involvement in doing something at a national level, and of course, moving that into the continent as well. But from a plant level, there was definitely the seed bank. I'm not sure how far that is, whether it's still active or not.
Yeah, the one they have in Norway is just seed bank. It's like even a commercial banks. You just send in your seeds, the package, and you're the one who can request it. They don't use it for research or for anything. You ask, I think they had issues with the Syria. They had requested their packages back, and they all broke out. I don't know whether these are still available. So yeah, but we wanted something. I'm looking forward to having something like for research that can be accessed. If I request, send an email or something, a request to this consortium or biomaterial bank, I can get satellites, I can get whatever I need about a certain species. Thank you so much.
Sorry, yeah, if you can maybe just write to me, my email is available. I can put you in contact with the South African National Biodiversity Institute, because they're actually leading this in the SADC region. And it is classically for the purposes of what you just described.
Thank you so much, Prof. Our next speaker, let's go to our next speaker, is Professor Frederick Lyndy from Makerere University. Professor Miotti is an associate professor and a deputy principal at the College of Natural Sciences, and he holds a PhD in water resources management and environmental health, and he holds an MSc in applied microbiology. His expertise is in natural science, water resources management, hydrobiology, fisheries, aquaculture, water quality, and environmental health and microbiology. His talk is on fisheries and aquatic culture in the face of climate change. Professor Miotti, you are very welcome to present your talk.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session. I have a pleasure to talk to you about fisheries and aquaculture in the face of climate change. And I would first of all wish to share my presentation. If the host can give me the authority, I can share my presentation.
Sure, Professor, go right ahead.
Yes, my presentation is on. I hope you are able to see it.
Not yet.
Not yet.
You share the screen, please.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes, it's coming. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, fine. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to talk to you, to talk to the conference, to the participants about the fisheries and aquaculture in the face of climate change. First of all, I want to emphasize that I'm talking about, I'm using the fisheries, I'm using the fish, the animal we call the fish, to talk about climate change. And climate change is cross-cutting. It affects all sectors. It affects the plants. It affects the animals. It affects whichever organisms that are present in the habitat where we get most of our natural resources. So whatever I'm going to present here is quite very, very relevant, not only to the fish, but it's also relevant to the plants, which plants we get from, we could get them from aquatic habitats. I'm talking about the waters, the lakes, the oceans, the rivers, and so on, wetlands. But we could also affect the terrestrial habitats. In the terrestrial habitats, we could have ponds where we farm, we culture the fish. But we also have terrestrial plants where we get our medicinal plants and the natural products. So my presentation is going to be cross-cutting, although I'm going to spend much time, relatively much time, on the fish. I'm based, just as the chair briefly introduced me, I'm based in the College of Natural Sciences, in the Department of Fisheries, the Department of Zoology, Entomology, and Fisheries Sciences, which is based in the School of Biosciences in the College of Natural Sciences. And the College of Natural Sciences, I also happen to be the deputy principal of the college. So here I present to you the outline for my presentation. As you can see, I'm starting with the introduction. I'll go through steps 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'll conclude in step 7 with the Q&A in step 8. So a brief introduction here about the aquatic systems, which here, as I said, they provide us with plants and animal species altogether, which we can refer to as the biodiversity. These ecosystems are quite vulnerable to factors, including climate change. Climate change is one of them. And at the moment, we are aware, we may all be aware that climate change effects are really being felt in most of our habitats. Therefore, the plants and the animals within them can be impacted upon negatively or positively. The ecosystems are also home to the variety of the medicinal plants that we are looking at in this conference. We find so many of these medicinal plants into these ecosystems, the aquatic ecosystems, as I've already outlined. Given examples could be lakes, wetlands, swamps, and this and that, but we would also find them into the terrestrial ecosystems. So here, as I said, I will be basing on the fish. The fish is food. As we are all, I know most of us are key stakeholders in this area. Key stakeholders in the sense that we either consume or wish to consume a lot of this animal called the fish, or we could be even farming it. I know a number of stakeholders, a number of participants here who have participated, who have also contacted me about fish farming. So fish here is a source of, the major sources of this fish. Usually we have what we refer as the capture fisheries. Capture in the sense that we go and fish them out in their natural environments. This is capturing them from the lakes, rivers, oceans, seas, and so on. And there are methods that we use, of course, to get them. There's what we refer as the trawling. We could use nets, the gill nets. We use hooks, and so on. I'm just giving a few examples. There are so many tools that we use. Examples of some of the fish I've given here, the tuna. For some of our colleagues, participants who are far away from here, we don't have the tuna around. We have the herring, we have the tilapia, like the Nile tilapia is common in our aquatic habitats here, like Victoria and other lakes. We have the Nile perch, which is very, very popular in our aquatic environments, lakes, Lake Victoria and others. Then from the aquaculture sector, we have which we refer to as the farmed fish. These are the ones which we can grow in ponds or which we can grow into in what we refer to as the cages. And these are some examples of fish that can be cultured: tilapia, catfish, salmon, and others. Yes, Fishing and fish farming generate a lot of income, not only to the person who is involved in that, but to the country as such. They are very, very important in the economic growth of countries. They are very, very important to alleviating poverty. Most of those fishers or the fish farmers get financing, get money from these the fish as they conduct their business. So fish here and fish farming is very, very important in this aspect of income generation and employment to millions of people the world over. So here, I'm looking at the nature of the climate change. How does climate change affect these sectors, the fisheries sector, the aquaculture sector, the fish farming sector? Global warming here affects, of course, aquatic ecosystems. Once there is an increase in the heat, then these environments also, their temperatures go up. And this directly has an effect on the productivity of the aquatic system, even the terrestrial system. The fish and the other organisms present in the plants and the animals will also get affected with this increase in the temperature. So fishery and aquaculture is threatened by some of the secondary effects of warming, which sometimes lead to changes in the ocean currents, precipitation, that is the rainfall. The water levels of the aquatic habitats may rise, or they may go down. Recently in East Africa, most of the lakes got flooded. They started flooding, and this caused lots of problems to most of our people, the fishers or the fishing community, those who live around the shores of the lakes. Of course, sometimes there could be an increase in storms. As a result of this, there could be extreme floods, which I've already mentioned. But on the other hand, we could also get droughts. Many places have been reported to be having extreme droughts that are totally different from the usual norm. So all these ones certainly will affect the animals, the fish, the plants, and all those organisms which dwell within those habitats. There is a high demand for fish, and there are many drivers actually which are leading to this. We have the increased urbanization which is taking place in most parts of the world. There's a lot of urbanization, new towns coming up. Almost every village here and there is turning into, a town, into a city, this and that. So this one has contributed a lot. There is the improving incomes, especially in the developed countries. This is a driver that once you have a lot of this fishing taking place of fish farming, and you have those fish and fish products, then you are likely to have an improvement in the incomes to those involved, the stakeholders, the people who are involved in it, and the economies themselves. It is also being used as a lifestyle. Many people would wish to have fish as compared to the other meats like the beefs and so on. The beefs which are red, the fish is white, and therefore there is a drive for going for these white meats, and this is one of the drivers which is driving this fish and fish aquaculture industry. Of course, we have the improvement in the technologies. There's been a lot of improvement in technologies and also favorable policies. So fish is mostly used as food, and is a source of animal proteins. We have heard about omega-3. Omega-3 is very, very important. It is found in these most of the fats from the fish, and it has lots of values. For example, it boosts the immune system and it reduces this disease, reduction in some of the diseases to do with immunity and so on. It reduces the risk of the heart diseases and diabetes. It stimulates the development and function of the nervous system and improves the photoreception, that is vision, and reproductive system. We have some other values, for example, vitamins, the B12, B6, which are known to improve muscle coordination and also improve memory. We have minerals which have also been identified in these fish. These are known to improve, for example, bone growth. One grows with strong bones, strong teeth, and so on. I've talked about the Nile perch. I've hinted on it as one of those hotel salt fish from our natural and mostly natural aquatic habitats. The Nile perch here is said it has about 93% calories. There is a lot of zinc in it. Right now, because of the pandemic that we are having, the pharmacies are really selling lots of, zinc, iron, vitamin C, this and that. Here we have the natural source of these, some of these minerals or trace minerals and trace minerals and fatty acids, the omega-3s and so on. So NAPIANA right now is highly sought because of these products, which are really very, very important as regards to that. Yes, I just want to give you just a highlight about the world fisheries, how they stand about. This one is to guide us to look at it, in the context of climate change. Should the impacts of climate change, if it's become so bad, then who is going to be affected? How is these people, the key stakeholders, going to be affected? So the total global fish production we are using the statistics of 2018, which are approved by FAO, and also the current work which is going on here and there in this research in the fisheries and agriculture. In 2018, about 179 million tons of fish was produced, which is estimated up to about costed for about US dollars 370 billion. Out of this, we had about 84.4 million tons coming from the marine fisheries. We have what refers the marine fisheries, and then we have what refers the freshwater fisheries. Marine, of course, we find those big oceans, seas, and so on. Whereas freshwater, sometimes we refer to it as the inland fisheries, are coming from the ponds and the lakes here and there. So about 156 million tons of this was used for human consumption. 156 million, this is so big. We can see how it is important as regards to the food security of the consumers. China is on top of the production, and generally the Asian countries produce about 54% of this. The Americans, that is the North and South America, producing about 20%, Europe about 17%, Africa as a continent, we are producing this is 70% only, and Australia goes with about 1%. So worldwide, the per capita food consumption has risen from 90 kilograms. This is what it was in 1961 for about 20.5 kilograms in 2018. This is what 20.5 what we are supposed to be eating. We should be eating this of the fish, but unfortunately, many of us, many stakeholders don't afford that because of this and that. And of course, the fin fish, what was the fin fish contributed about 85%. Yes, these illustrations are some of the examples of the fish from the different parts of the world. Okay, what about in Uganda? What do we have? In Uganda, of course, Uganda, we have said the fish is consumed, and most of the people take it as being having a social attachment. Others have it as this culture and this and that. So people feel that they should take the fish. And we get our fish from the major lakes of Victoria, Lake Albert, Lake Choga, Edward, George, and also have a good number of minor lakes, and also from the rivers and wetlands. The major commercial species here are the Nile tilapia. I will not go into those scientific names, but we have the Nile tilapia, we have the Nile perch, and we have the silverfish or the mukene. The Nile tilapia and the Nile perch form the major fisheries in Uganda. Of course, the sector has drivers. I've already mentioned some of them. Okay. So here, the capture fisheries, they continue. I've said the fishery sector here, both the capture and that contribute about 12% and 3% to the national GDP. The national GDP of Uganda. And in 2017-2018 financial year, fish exports formed the highest export earner for the country. Of course, it has, in terms of shillings, Uganda shillings, contributed about 442 billion Uganda shillings, and over 150 US dollars in regional and international exports, because some of this is exports, not consumed in Uganda, but is exported to our neighbors, the East African community neighbors, and all those around us, and also those markets beyond the East African community. Okay, so it's mostly for those countries like the European Union, United Arab Emirates and the Middle East is mostly exported as in the form of fillets. It's processed into those tissues referred as the fillets. Whereas in the East African and the other neighboring countries, we mostly send it as it mostly goes as in a frozen form, smoked form, or sun-dried form. And the maximum catch was estimated at about 400,000 metric tons in 2019. I want to talk about the sector, those who really are employed in the sector. We have about 1.5 million fishers and processors in this sector. Anything which perhaps the production or they are working there would be so great. And out of this, we have about 80% of the artisanal fish processors are women, contributing about the 80%. You know, they sell, they process, and do this and that. What are the challenges to capture fisheries in Uganda? Of course, I will have to talk about the climate change first and its effects, the flooding, unreliable rainfall patterns, extreme hot conditions. These events affect the levels of the water temperature, the fish growth, and so on. We have the problem of overfishing because of the high demand. This is, of course, when you overfish, you over-extract from a resource, then it becomes very unsustainable. We have use of illegal gears, because people want to get, those involved want to get as much as possible. There is use of illegal gears. Immature fish are being captured. These are the ones which will grow, graduate into the mature fish, which would now be harvested. But unfortunately, even immature fish are being captured. We have the environmental degradation, which is going on. Wetlands, rivers, riverbanks, you know, the shores of the lakes are being degraded. These are leading to many, many effects, which include water levels, which dwindle, you know, loss of fish nursery. You know, the fish have to grow up. They have to grow up, but they need somewhere to grow from. You know, they need refuge. They need to protect themselves from those who would be, who would be seeking for them. But unfortunately, because of the degradation, much of this area is being destroyed. And then we have the human settlements and the industrialization which is taking place. The water pollution, where lots of materials are coming into the lakes, into the rivers, into the wetlands. All of these ones are causing problems. We have on the sides here, we have, you can see this picture here. It's about fish deaths. Recently, we had towards the end of last year, we had lots of fish dying from here and there. You know, a lot of fish was dying, just dying. You know, all of this we think would have been maybe ignited by some of the changes in the environment, the water environment, where these fish live. And of course, there are many other challenges, which include unregulated and unregistered fish landings and so on. So what are the current solutions to these challenges? I'm just outlining a few here. The Restructured Fish Act, the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act of 2018 and passed in 2020 provides some ways of how these challenges could be solved. For example, incorporated in it is the sustainability and equitable fisheries sector growth. We have a solution like ecosystem-based approach. Ecosystem says that we should get all the stakeholders, those interested in the fisheries, those interested in fish farming and aquaculture together and come up with participatory activities or solutions. Giving licenses or permits to the fishers. This is aimed at controlling illegal fishing activities. This is being done by the relevant organs, the relevant ministry, in order to curb the problem of illegal fishing, continuous monitoring of the hydrogeographical parameters of the lake systems and the fish stocks, alternative livelihoods to other sectors like crop and tree farming, fish farming, and so on. This is aimed at reducing the pressure on the natural habitats, on the lakes, so that some of the interested parties, some of those fishers and so on, could get involved into some other activity. And then local and development partner funding to boost the development of local fisheries, the government and the relevant ministries, and of course also some of the research institutions like the Fisheries Research Institute, which we refer to as NAPIANA here in Uganda, is playing a very big role in this sector. Of course, we work with, as Makerere University in the department of my department, and the relevant colleges like the College of what we refer to as COVAB, the College of Veterinary Medicine and Agriculture, and we are doing everything possible to come up with good research and see how this can be put into practice. I can't talk live by not talking about the MAIF, that is the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries Sector Development Plan has come up with a sector development plan, which encompasses some of the what should be done to respond to the problems, including market opportunities, empowerment of stakeholders, scientific integrity, professional excellency, and so on. Let me also briefly talk about aquaculture here, the fish farming. Globally, about 82.1 million tons of aquatic animals, 32.4 million tons of algae, and we have about 26,000 tons of ornamental shell, sea shell, accounting for about 40% of the fish production was registered or recorded in 2018, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Inland aquaculture here contributed about 51.3 million tons, whereas inland, I'm talking about the fresh waters, or what could even come from fresh waters in the sense of cage farming. And we have the ponds, earthen ponds, and so on. That's what we are referring to as the inland aquaculture. There's again here, this fish farming is dominated by Asian countries, whereby they produce about, for the last 20 years, they have been actually dominating, producing about 80–90% of the farmed fish. China here is on the top, and it produces more of these aquatic foods than the rest of the world combined. So the major producing countries, country by country, China, Indonesia, the United States of America, India, Vietnam, Bangladesh, Egypt, Norway, and Chile, according to the Fish Site of 2020. So you can see how we are doing as Africa as a continent. We have a few representatives of Egypt, and we really need to do a lot as regards that. So it's estimated that about 20.5 million people engaged in fish farming, and women again here account for about 19% in aquaculture and about 12% in fisheries. And in the developing countries, most women are engaged in the fish farming production. So what about Uganda? When we look at the history, fish farming in Uganda started in the 1940s, and it was intended to provide some cheap animal protein. However, the species which were initially farmed were the Nile tilapia, the tilapias, okay, call them the tilapias and the catfish. But of course, with time, more have been brought on top, like the crayfish and so on. The Nile tilapia, the catfish, and the mira carp remain the most commonly cultured fish species in Uganda. In the 1970s, 1980s, there was some decline in this because of poor management, but eventually this has caught up, whereby we have, at the moment, we have about 20,000 fish farmers, and we have about 25 who have about 25,000 ponds, and we have over 3,000 cages placed in lakes. So challenges for culture are just out there. These are the key ones. I just pick on a few. For the high cost of feeds the fish. No subsidies for the farmers. They don't receive subsidies, so they have to rely on themselves. Limited farming knowledge, pests and diseases, low capital investment, and so on. Possible solution to some of these are the amendment of the Fish Act, which I've already talked about, capacity building of fish staff, farm associations and the extension staff. We have been involved together with partners in building capacity of some of these fish farmers around so that they can improve on their production and be able to challenge some of the other, rather to solve some of the challenges. Others, diversifying of the culture, the species which are being farmed, development of new culture technologies, increasing market opportunities, and diversifying farm products. So, what does climate change do to these products? Okay, the marine and freshwater fisheries are susceptible and sensitive to a wide range of climate change impacts. They are very sensitive to that. The impacts are felt by those who are farming, those who are fishing, the households that depend on the fishing as a livelihood, the economies, the countries which really benefit or rely a lot on these sectors, marine production system, and so on. The fishery and aquaculture ventures also rely on natural resources as the major capital. Natural resources. These are slight or major changes in these resources affects the fish production capacity of the industry. So the fish and aquaculture operations also contribute an advancement of climate impacts. The greenhouse gases, greenhouse emissions, these also produce problems. Prolonged droughts, which reduce the water levels. I've talked about some of the effects of this climate change already. Extreme events like flooding, landslides, and so on. Here on the left, we have Lake Kijanyabarora shoreline, which dried up last month at Karungu landing site, in the Rakai district in Uganda. This rained for some days in the Ugandan dailies. I also received some emails from my friends, my partners from as far as the United States. They saw all this and said, what's happening? The lake is drying or not? But of course, there were some changes. The water receded. And to those who rely, who have their livelihoods every day, it was a very big problem. And maybe it could be a result of climate change. We don't know. But what I have to do, we conducted a study in my department with some partners. We conducted a study and published a paper in 2018, which I've included here. We looked at this, what is happening, the fisheries of the lake. And we gave some, some sort of a whistleblower that there was something wrong with this lake. And in some of the recommendations we gave was look at maybe climate change could be done and something could be done about climate change. So categories of impacts, sometimes we categorize them into ecological impacts, which could lead to change in yield, change in species, increased variability, and so on. Direct impacts, which are directly felt, like damaged infrastructure, damaged gears, fish gears, increased dangers at sea or at lake, and so on. Flooding of fishing communities, villages, and so on. Then the socioeconomic impacts, we refer to these as include the influx of migrant fishers from elsewhere, maybe to the shore lines and so on, increasing fuel costs, and so on. So there are measures which are in place or which need to be put in place. We need to mitigate. We need to adapt. Adaptation, being able to live with the changing events or minimize the impacts. So here are some of them. I've just outlined a few of them. Most of these arise from, of course, the review of the research and some of the work that we have done with our partners. Solutions or mitigation should therefore be addressed. This should be broad. The others should be broad. For example, at regional level, in the East African community, we should address them. I know we have the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization is trying to put in place some ways to solve these problems. We have the Nile Basin Initiative, African-wise. Then they have at national level, the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and at the community level, where we need to look at how do we participate, how do we bring the fishers themselves on board and try to help them. Then switching to more efficient, in the case of those big seas and oceans, which pollute the environment, it could switch to, switching to more efficient vessels in order to reach on the greenhouse gas emissions. And then switching to more adaptive mechanisms, like utilizing the fish waste. There's a lot of fish waste which is produced and dumped, but something could be done. What about the bycatch? There's a lot which is caught during the fishing and so on. This also becomes a problem if just dumped into the environment. Adaptation strategies which have been put on board or to be put on board. One is diversification of either crops. The farmers, the fishers could go to crop farming, diversification of business, they could go to trading, businesses. These are some of the results which came out of the study we had with some of our graduate students in some of the lakes, some of the lakes around Victoria and the satellite lakes. Change of time for stocking. When you are putting your fish into, let's say, into the cages, into the ponds, and so on. You know, you can change the time depending on what it is. Then change the duration, or number of stocking, or number of the breeding, and so on. Introducing fishing seasons, permits. If you give permits, then we can introduce the fishing so that the fishers go based on their specific season that is given to them. Factors that have enhanced adaptation, use of communication technologies is very important. Membership to social groups, community sensitization, and designated funds. We have the adaptation fund. You have come across the adaptation fund, which handles issues to do with climate effects on how communities, stakeholders can adapt. But we have constraints. We can't do that. There are some constraints there. So these are a few of them: limited credit, inadequate access to land, inadequate stocking, and many others. My conclusion: we have to acknowledge the impacts of climate change and embrace measures to mitigate or adapt to the challenges posed by the effects before they hit the fishery and the biodiversity. I put biodiversity because it will not hit only the fishery, they will also hit the other, sectors, the plants, from where we get the medicinal plants, and so on. 2, elimination and or reduction of the constraints to adaptation and resilience is the way to go in saving our biodiversity. That is the fish and the plants from which we get the nutritional and medicinal plants. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Professor. Yes, I'm sure there are some questions, but first, I have 2 comments. Number 1, Professor, let me play the devil's advocate. Yeah, as much as your discussion was on the line of climate change and the issues facing the fish industry, I wish you could also have factored in anthropogenic activities that are destroying the fish industry, like horticulture, fish sand mining. There's a lot of silt in toilet showers, microplastics, oil contamination. Go to any, accessible lake shore, you will see these activities going on. If you go to Masaka Road, you'll find rice growing, and actually those farms that were destroyed were the ones filtering the water that goes into the lake. So I don't know what is going on. I don't know what would be your comment on that. You tell us. Number 2, I love fish. I eat a lot of it. But I think the people we are not sensitized enough. First of all, those who are doing fish farming, those who are consuming it, I would be hard-pressed. It would take a lot of convincing for me to buy farmed fish when I have wild fish. From the fact that I feel, because the farmed fish is not properly regulated, people are farming in contaminated water, sometimes water contaminated with heavy metals and other stuff, putting the health of the consumers at stake. And even these fish kills we see sometimes are contributed by that kind of pollution. Even though, of course, that coupled with the climate change, they end up having those fish killed. Probably it's very hard to tease out which is responsible, which of which is responsible. So I wonder what is your take on those two issues, Professor?
Thank you so much, Chair, for those comments. Yes, the first comment is about issues facing the industry, you know, anthropogenic activities and this and that. Yes, that is right. There is a lot of human activities which are endangering our aquatic systems, from which we get the fish and also the other biodiversity products. Like all the cities around the lakes, the cities around Lake Victoria, they have, you know, we have settlements. The municipal settlements, all these produce lots of, you know, wastes. There are those who are directly impacting by, for example, degrading the lake shores. There is this pouring of feeding with land, with soil, because they want to do business activities, they want to construct. All this is contributing to the silt into the lake, into the shores. There are those who are producing, actually directly pouring solid and liquid wastes into these aquatic environments, into the streams, into the rivers, into the wetlands, which find their way into the lakes. All of these ones are so detrimental. We have, in Uganda, we have the National Environment Management Authority. This is an authority which is responsible for controlling the issues to do with the environmental degradation. They have a force which somehow has tried, but unfortunately, they don't have enough capacity to control all those they would be culprits. So that means, all in all, we still have lots of wastes which are coming in. We still have a lot of land feeding which is going on along the shores, along the rivers, dumping into the wetlands. All these ones actually make the fish that we get out of that at a risk, which directly comes to us, who are the consumers of that. But we have also had studies which have been conducted. For example, the studies looking at heavy metals in the fish, looking at other substances in the fish. And of course, tentative results showed that although there is that risk, but then the content, for example, of the heavy metals is not about to be so bad, but it is moving towards those levels, which will be very bad. So we hope that with the participation of the NEMA, the National Environment Authority, other government entities, ourselves, the researchers and so on, hopefully something will be done. You love the fish and of course contamination and this and that. Yeah. Actually, I've talked in the first one. I've also responded to that. The health, of course, the health is great. But once we do everything possible, then something could be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Okay, let's have one quick one. I'll give you 15 seconds.
Thank you very much, Chair. A quick one. Professor Lyndy shared a number of exciting findings, but one of those is the death of fish in the different water bodies, maybe due to adverse conditions caused by climate change and all that. The question is, are there deliberate efforts? Are there efforts to maybe conserve some of these fish, maybe like setting up like a gene bank or something like that, so that some of these fish which is dying now can be reintroduced into water, maybe at a certain time? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that question. Yes, efforts. Yes, I've said there are efforts. These efforts are being done by, first of all, the research community, ourselves as the researchers, our partners. We have the National Fisheries Research Institute in Uganda, which is based in Kenya. It is doing a lot to go directly to those involved in the fishing villages, talking about building capacity, about talking about the dangers of dumping, into the lake, which would lead to problems. So efforts are there. We as researchers, we have we are already there. We have studies which are also ongoing, but we have also had some studies already which have been done, and I hope some of our fruits will bear to be seen. Otherwise, at the moment, the threat is big, and something really needs to be done. And climate change is on. We cannot deny it is on, and all these effects are likely to affect not only the fishers, but the economies and all those who are key stakeholders in consuming the fish. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor. In the interest of time, let's continue the discussion in the chat room. Right now, we proceed for lunch. The program for after lunch is like this. At 2, Dr. Nambatia will be starting her presentation. 2:30, we have Mr. Mongezi. At 3, we have Merrick Doran from the USA. And then 3:15, we have Dr. Francis Omuchera. Then at 4, Mr. Musa. The rest of the program will be communicated. Thank you. Let's go for lunch.
In your back.
John, and the one who was those people can call them. You don't know, can Morris.
The microphone is active.
Have many things.
Hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry we've been running late, but we're going to start with the presentation of Dr. Grace Nambatia. Dr. Nambatia is the Director of Research at the Natural Chemotherapeutics Research Laboratory. Dr. Nambatia received her master's and PhD degrees in medicinal chemistry from the University of Loughborough, UK. And then on returning here, she rejoined the Natural Chemotherapeutics Research Institute. And recently, her lab has developed 5 herbal therapeutics to assist in the treatment and management of COVID-19 in Uganda. Dr. Nambatia is very passionate about the herbal medicine industry. Actually, she's among the very few people we have in the country that have been trying hard to sanitize the industry. She's also a member, board member, of many national and international organizations. Dr. Nambatia, the audience is ready to listen to you very attentively. Dr. Nambatia.
Thank you, Chair. Dear members, welcome back from lunch. Let me straight away. Yeah, I'm presenting on the natural drug discovery. We've heard a lot about drug discovery this morning, but here we're going to particularly look at another dimension, the biodiversity. And my presentation guideline is going to take us through a brief introduction, briefly the Natural Chemotherapeutic Research Institute, then natural drug discovery and progress to date regarding the research we're doing on COVID. Uganda, part of Africa, is about 9% of the world's biodiversity, rich in medicinal and nutritional plants that can serve as raw materials for natural pharmaceuticals, herbal drugs in bracket, and nutraceuticals. So I must say, we tend to over-focus on plants, but Uganda is also rich in animal sources, insects, talk about bees, wasps, snakes, all these are sources of medicine and mineral resources. And I think the reason we over-focus on herbs is because we've not explored this sector to the maximum. Ugandan climate favors growth of almost any type of flora throughout the year, which is not possible in countries or regions that have winter and very hot seasons. Unfortunately, the current situation is as you see. When you tour any highway from the city, Kampala, go to any other country, you will see this scenario of biodiversity being destroyed. It's as if you are on competition. Yes, there are efforts to support people plant foreign species for purposes of availing fuel, but there is need to balance because we're really losing out. Wherever you see a plantation of eucalyptus, it belongs to one person, but a natural forest belongs to a community. Not connected. Is that disconnected? And then disconnect. Okay, yes, Uganda has unique plants not found in other nations, and these include Wabugia ugandensis. There has been a big discussion on Wabugia ugandensis. I know it cuts across East Africa, but there is that species peculiar to Uganda. Okay. Thank you. Yes, so this slide where just depicting Wabugia. I know we may think everybody knows Wabugia, but probably some people listening in, it has been shown to have powerful anti-malarial, antiviral, and antibacterial properties. And there is also evidence suggesting that the plant is useful for management of chronic and complicated health conditions. And to date, it seems like also in the evaluation of therapies for COVID-19. Another common plant is Anthocyanum calnibium. Another one, Kigelia africana, Tamaris indica. We forget resins, but a whole lot of them. I think those are areas we're not looking into, but to my experience currently, like frankincense, when you put it in water, let it stand for a week, like you shake the resin, you get concoction that could really be great in these chronic coughs. Now, natural chemotherapeutics, you've already heard about what it does, but I would like to flash you a bit into how we pick our information from the communities. For us, we use the Botanical bioprospecting approach. And I'm taking this through in reference to a tree called Ficus natalensis, commonly here called Mamutuba. Why pick on that? That is a tree that is highly medicinal, but also has a bias to food security. And an entry point to the community through a renowned resource can be great in winning their confidence, as I'm going to take you through a scenario where we've been able to do that. Of course, you go in, you interact with the communities, and eventually you take the materials to the laboratory. Entry point here, this tree is renowned for the bark is panel-beaten into a cloth, we call it bark cloth, and it cuts across Africa. But here in the central region of Uganda, people long ago, before the white people came, they were using this as cloth. Now, when you enter into the communities, you will get to know how they can panel beat this into, a narrow bark, beaten, as you sit down here, to really get it enlarged, one single stem bark enlarged like this. And when you go to look into the properties, you'll find that it has, the bark itself has antifungal properties, it has mosquito repellent properties, it has lots of properties that can eventually translate into products that can really be for healthcare, as we shall see. You will find in the villages there, people have their groups and they have seedlings of different varieties. We established that this tree had over 8 varieties. And they will take you through how this tree, first of all, when they remove the whole bark, you would think they are damaging the tree, but this is the only tree that can have the bark regenerating, irrespective of removing it. So you see they wrap cow dung over the stem to treat that tree. And wherever it's planted, there is a lot of fertility, there are lots of black soils. It has these strands coming down as you see them. Now, when you interact and you stay there in the community, you will learn that they process these strands into powders that manage pressure, And these are people who may not even afford $1 to buy medicine, but you'll find a whole ecosystem under this kind of plant. So you interact, go through, you'll find Uganda here, bananas are major in our food systems, but wherever the tree is, there is a lot of fertility. Even if it's a dry season, it's not raining. So you learn about that fertility, and then you'll find that even when it comes to a cash crop like coffee, the coffee that grows around that tree is so healthy. So you document that. Then you go through the way they remove the bark, because removing a whole bark, one would wonder, but this tree can regenerate the bark like we said. You can see how here they are protecting it with banana leaves. These are things you miss if probably when we take the approach of just going and capturing a plant and running away. So here, now we reach the point where when as they process that bark, they boil it in water, and they will tell you that when they pour this water outside, it's like fatigue. The water extract is like a fertilizer. It's like they double the yields of whatever they are going to grow. So now you capture that water has those properties. But at the same time, they will tell you that if they pour that water on a cow with ticks, the ticks will die. And the issues of acaricides and resistance there, so you capture that is now area for exploration. So I'm trying to showcase how it's very important to interact, be there for days, and become friends, so that eventually these people can take on your ideas. So this was about processing this bark, and we found that here, as you see, as they process, there is a whitish stuff, this one. If it's taken out, it repels mosquitoes, and it has antibiotics in it. We found that it can be molded into sanitary pads. It can be used as nets in windows. Here in Uganda, we're a malaria endemic country, and these are resources that may cost next to nothing. In our exploration, this is what I said can be used as a net, and yes, these people had gone on to document the history of the making of this is the science. By the way, this whatever is being done here is UNESCO gazetted as one of the wonders, And people used to put on these clothes before the white man came in. You can see here this man has wrapped his mallet. The mallet is what he uses in panel beating.
and it's a treasure. It's whoever succeeds this man in the family, it's passed on. But having seen all that, we found that in the neighboring community, where children may not be able to pay school fees, one is requested to bring a piece of this cloth in return for school fees, and it was supporting a whole community. The bananas are so big, as you can see, but now we found that because these people are taken as ignorant, they don't know, people have manipulated them, they buy these at peanut cost and make such state-of-the-art clothing, as you can see. The cloth has taken its, here somebody has invested in making different dyes, and they use natural plants to make these dyes. And we only heard that somebody patented this, but it's only protected in Germany. I think if you go to Germany selling this, because it's a high quality piece of material which can be used in padding like Mercedes-Benz, because there are different species, different varieties. You can make indoor shoes that can be antifungal. Like I said, it has those antibiotics. But the good news is that there is what they call geo indicator protection, and your recipe is yet to take us through such, because here you find this in different parts of the country, and there are those marks they've made where you can really protect this. So I'm trying to show how what is seen as a simple thing can go. This is a model, this is back cloth. Now, back to other issues. I want to take you now to the current situation of our research, because it's through interaction with such that we ended up establishing what people have been using for over 20 years to manage viral infections. And we thought this could be leveraged to assessing what they've been using against COVID-19. In this pandemic in Uganda, our government came out strong to look at what we need. Basic equipment. I think here you can see our former Minister of Science and Technology in an effort to re-equip natural chemotherapeutics. Dr. Senelo here, the one tasked to head the Presidential Scientific Initiative, which has gathered scientists to really come see what can they offer. And we've been already saying no funding, but this time around, they've supported us. But what they've supported us with is seed money. You need to prove that you can do something. So in the picture here is a consortium of, like, this is Haji Utakame, representative of Herbalists and the National Drug Authority. And you can see by virtue of wearing masks, this happened not too long ago. There was that official launch of those studies, and we built partnerships, that is with South Korea, because we lack in technologies. This is the official launch of an MOU with South Korea. This lady, Dr. Alice, is from Gall University. We have an MOU with South Korea. The intention of the MOU was for us to access their technologies. Dr. Richard sampled you yesterday of the technologies of what you can get from South Korea, and they can also take from us the bio. We already have an MOU with NDA, which means that if we have with South Korea, NDA is also now linked to South Korea. We need these engagements because you cannot have it all in a short time. It takes a lot of effort. In South Korea, we learned as we work in traditional medicine, they have a model where they link with an institute looking at traditional medicine, links with technology. They look at science, technology, and civilization. They get back in history and look at what used to be, the epidemics that were there. I felt that we need to borrow a leaf from that. They link with forestry. And here we were visiting their forestry unit, where we found foresters can also develop
extracts. And for them, you'll find that there is not a lot of secrecy like it is in herbal medicine. So what have we done to collaborate with forestry here? There is a lot there. So despite this level of bio and vast knowledge, traditional medicine in Uganda remains associated with witchcraft, quack practice, less evidence of safety and efficacy. Most products on the market are not standardized, poorly packaged, not licensed, registered with the National Drug Authority. The state of affairs has led to lack of trust by medical workers, most of whom are the policy and decision makers in the Ministry of Health. While the biomedical workers do not trust or promote use of traditional medicine in Uganda, they actually use and prescribe traditional medicine products from other countries. The difference is that traditional medical products from second and first world countries imported into Uganda are standardized and well packaged, while those produced locally are unstandardized and poorly presented with limited data on their safety and efficacy. It's therefore clear that for Uganda's traditional medical methods and products to be accepted by the biomedical health workers in Uganda and the region, science and technology has to be applied sufficiently to the sector. So the natural chemotherapeutics is mandated to look into that area for purposes of verifying safety mostly, and taking us to the natural drug discovery. I think previous speakers have taken us through, and here I'm just going to focus on the clinical trial that was launched of a natural products, the first of its kind in Uganda. I've taken you through botanical field excursions. These are followed by botanical evaluations for authentication, then phytochemical analysis, pharmacological studies, formulation, notification, and then clinical trials. The clinical trial I would like to report on here is titled as a phase 2A randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled clinical trial to determine the preliminary safety and efficacy of a product codenamed as UBV-01N in adult patients infected with SARS-CoV-2 in Malabo National Referral Hospital. This presentation is blinded when I reach this stage because we are very aware that we're interested in patenting first and then publication and the rest. Because if it's unblinded now and people will run away with the information, if it's India, and we shall lose it. We need to learn this. So I'll just take you through just issues we've gone through so that whoever is researching on a natural product knows the landscape to explore. Preclinical research protocol. We had to get a preclinical research protocol approved by College of Health Sciences. This is now, I think there's been talk of lab in vitro studies to assess safety. There you have to package a clinical research protocol, to take you through there so that the results from the preclinical can be officially allowed to feed into the clinical. We package our investigational products and the placebo. As you've heard, there is that placebo. The golden standard of clinical is like double-blind, placebo-controlled, in a sense that in the study there will be an active arm and an arm that's not active, but the patient doesn't know what they're taking, and the person giving doesn't know what they're giving. But in the study, there is somebody unblinded who knows. That is a kind of study that is required to inform of effectiveness. So short of that, currently our herbal products in the market can only be looked at through maybe treating symptoms. You cannot claim that it can cure this unless you've gone through this kind of study. For you to take the products after you formulated it, remember you picked it from the field. If it's plant material, taken through the botany department, or we have a reference center in Uganda, Makerere University, for authentication, authenticating identification. You can deposit a water specimen, but it may not be a plant be some other thing, it's also authenticated, and then go through the process of phytochemical analysis, pharmacological studies, then eventually formulate, but then you notify the NDA. And the notification process, we were told 3 months, but in our case, it was shorter than that because there was a guideline put in place by Uganda National Health Research Organization, National Drug Authority, and National Science and Technology to expedite any research linked to COVID-19. So should you have research you want to take through in that angle, you are taken through an expedited arrangement. So even the notification will be given priority, and you get, so you need that certificate. Okay, the goal was to develop, okay, I think I've already told you about the goal. We had those specifics. I'm not doing a lot on that. We're a big team. We're a team of basic researchers in the natural product sciences, but we have a big team of medical consultants. And our major, I'm the principal investigator, but I'm from the angle of basic sciences. There is a counterpart with the principal investigator on the medical side in the National Referral Hospital, the director of the Lung Institute. And we have a full set of researchers as recommended by WHO. In this pandemic, WHO softened the guideline to clinical evaluation of herbals, having realized that actually the pandemic made them also realize that the guideline in place at the time was so much biased to the Western world. So if you go to the website of WHO, you'll find a more friendly guideline that takes care of the fact that what you're evaluating is a complexity. It doesn't focus too much. Okay, you isolate to be able to know the markers in your sample, but it's not as if what you have to evaluate at the end is just the isolated molecule. You've got to evaluate the complex the way it is. And like the product we're working on was picture of the community. If we were required to produce a substantive community-based report with evidence of people who used that got okay, and then that was taken as equivalent to phase 1. It's like phase 1 was done if you do that well. So that's why we went straight to phase 2A. So herbal researchers, there is that opportunity of going to phase 2A. Phase 2A meaning trying on human subjects. If they evaluate like the community reports and it's very convincing, then you go ahead with that. So I acknowledge a list of so many investigators here. We've been privileged to have a team of who is who in the medical world in this country. Dr. Musenero, the coordinator of the program, make sure he can talk to you whether you're a professor or whatever and bring you on board. That's what I could see the beginning of herbal medicine taking a new phase from that angle. Because as you all know, the way we're all trained in our fields, you wouldn't blame a medical for not understanding you. But now here, there was, you know, the funding was availed. We were all put in that mode of emergency. We were told to imagine we are in an aeroplane, it's going to take off and one wing is like it's going to land. So we were all put in that mode, and during the first lockdown, we were working like we are on some switch. So maybe just somebody might want to know what was the target population. Adults 18 to 70 years, male and non-pregnant, non-breastfeeding female individuals infected with COVID-19 in Kampala, Uganda. Adults 18 to 70 years, male, study population, that was the same of the study population. Study participants, still same information. And the objective was to evaluate whether that UBV-01, it's a complexity of a mix of herbals, whether it's safe, potentially effective, and absorbed after oral administration, the treatment of COVID-19. Malaba Hospital is our national referral hospital, and our specific objectives to determine the preliminary safety of UBV-01N plus standard of care. This product that was pre-tested It's not given alone. There is standard of care defined for, there is what we call mild, there is acute, there is no standard of the disease, and the country has categorized those stages and prescribed standard of care. Usually the standard of care is zinc, vitamin C, azithromycin, vitamin D3. People now know it because there is a lot of self-medication. So the patients would be given standard of care, and on top of that, even the test material or the placebo. Yeah, and they had to be admitted in the National Referral Hospital. Yeah, and the main objectives, the determination of preliminary efficacy and determine pharmacokinetic exposure. And okay, the study design I mentioned is random double-blind placebo control phase A. Not repeat that. Sample size. This was, we were to enroll 124 study participants. These were to be randomly assigned, and then that would be taken through 7 days. Half of the study participants were to receive the placebo standard of care. But now, okay, an individual participant would complete the study in 90 days. Active follow-up would continue up to 28 days, where monthly will be done up to 30 months from the day of study of enrollment, you know. Other documents that are a must. There is what is called a research ethical committee. Here we used the research ethical committee from Lagos Hospital called MREC. That one had to be given. Before you given that, you cannot start the study. National Authority, remember I talked of the notification, but finally it has to give you a clinical trial certificate. You know, this clinical trial certificate, the cost attached is $4,000. But getting it, you know, every step we would celebrate, but we're working very, very hard. And you need to get approval. In our case, we had to get approval by Ministry of Health to conduct the study trial. Certificate for conducting the trial in Mulago National Referral Hospital, that's another, and at this level, the director of Mulago Hospital, I was appreciative, he could appreciate herbal medicine. If he didn't, maybe that would have influence. Insurance for health workers and the trial participants, patients, no insurance would accept this. We were lucky to get one that managed to accept, and the cost is something like 10 million. Then a data safety management board had to be appointed. That is a requirement by WHO. And we had to register with WHO. Clinical trial study launch. Yeah, the launch, this was launched on the 28th of January. Maybe for Ugandans in this conference, you may not have known that that was a landmark in the country. And the launch happened on grounds of Mulago Hospital. It was intended that way to show, because the two sites, traditional and modern, have never come together, and we were in front of the Women's Hospital of Mulago. It's rare for the president to go to a function with his wife. Their coming together was another significant issue. You can access our institutional website, ncri.go.ug. You will cash in on the video, the talk of the president, what he talked about Africa, in line with what has been launched today. The president gave a speech. If you listen in, you will think he oversaw, you know, that it's like this day-to-day, the launch links in with the speech. He really gave some, the gentleman here, this is Dr. Bruce Chirenga, Director, Lung Institute, a highly renowned medical researcher, has conducted a number of clinical trials by the Western medicines. I'm telling you, he made a buy into, he's the one driving that, because to date, as I talk, we've been able to recruit all the 124 patients, not been easy, because immediately after the launch, I think with the vaccination coming in, with the masks, I think people are there too well, there were no patients. It was very difficult. I think we got stuck to 20. And we couldn't go through the study unless it was imparted on us to follow. There was no way you could have it the Copidex way. There was no way. We were, there were no patients, but we had to, because why Mulago had infrastructure for COVID patients. You couldn't take it to any other area where they don't have PPEs, the health workers, so it was cheaper to fit in within an already existing system. So we had to painfully wait, and so that launch was very significant. I had people talking afterwards, saying, he launched a vaccine. It was not a vaccine. He launched a product. He did not launch a product. He launched the study. Why did he launch the study? Why not other studies? This was a natural product, the first of its kind. The protocol was homegrown. I was told protocols that test other products are normally brought from overseas, and people just called in. And this time around, all the researchers on this study had to learn from the basics to the level that right now we can be consulted. We got to write the process of going through a clinical trial in the country. And remember, we were working closely with NDA. NDA already has a domesticated clinical guideline as adopted from WHO, but from our study and from the explanatory review that was put in place, there is going to be a real change of things. So that should give you hope. Those are some of the guests on that day. Remember when we left the hospital, all the senior consultants were on that function. And if you could put your ear on the ground, some were there because they had to, but they were like, oh my God, what's happening? They have their WhatsApp platforms. And I was getting a feeling of them saying, the man has been hoodwinked. You see, somebody political, I'm telling you, but I was like, God help us, one day they will know. And I think the back of the back of NAPIANA today, you know what we are getting into. And I appreciate the doctors who sat silently, quietly there. And so you can see the power of the head of state. People have to sit there. Even the WHO representative was there. Now, I'll never forget that day I gave my speech. Dr. Mselelo gave his speech. And yes, there I was with my copy, I didn't have a PI on the medical side. Can you see that happening in Africa? It happened here in Uganda. Of course, the closure of the function, the lady here in black dress is the Honorable Minister Jenna Cheng, and other key officials. This was, I'm telling you. Now, immediately after the launch, we had to put the clinical trial in the opening, and we had to start with trainings. Here, the trainings took place in Malabo Hospital. People had to be taken through handling COVID. You can see being taken through how to wear these gadgets, how to wash hands. So it's an expensive trial. You're handling herbal medicine, but you must go through all the, we had to put MOUs in place. We had to have an official MOU with the main laboratory that would handle the clinical side. That is now our Makerere University Biomedical Research Center. It's a center of excellence headed by Professor Joloba. So we have to do those MOUs. I'm taking you through what you need to do, roles and responsibilities. And we had our frontline runners, pre-consenting patients. Privileged to have at least one of them with us here. I will ask her to stand up for recognition. A very young lady, Nanyojo Doreen. She's been one of those pre-consenting people. She's young. You can see we've engaged the youth at that level. We've completed our enrollments. And we also have our trial pharmacist in here, Aaron McGaw, stand up for recognition, in charge of preparing the investigational products. Yeah. We've been graduating herbalists. So you go to our website. The module Mr. Muhuza talked about has already gotten 2 batches of herbalists
graduating. So the herbalists you see in town are another crop. We've been having conferences, scientific conferences, that you see a lot more on our website. All this, we follow WHO. WHO guides what happens in traditional medicine. And the key bullets here are what WHO recommends. Key priority areas, we are in the second, okay, we finished the second decade, but key priority areas were policy, legislation and regulation, community mobilization, resource mobilization, cultivation and conservation, research and development, local production, IPR and knowledge protection, partnerships, integration of TM into public health systems, and capacity strengthening, evaluation and monitoring. No, these are the key bullets that were supposed to follow in 2011 up to 2020. We went through evaluation as a country, we go through the bullets and see where we stand. For Uganda, where we have scored now, policy, legislation, and policy and legislation, regulation not yet there. Community mobilization, we've tried, resource mobilization, it's just starting. Cultivation and conservation, we are just destroying the trees. Research and development, we're starting. Local production, IP. So these are the reference points you have to organize a strategic plan. Whether you are just a herbalist, whether you're an institution, you must follow WHO because the country doesn't have a strategy for us, but we follow the one for WHO. And the 4 elements of focus now in this decade, we're in the 3rd decade now. The main is integration of traditional medicine into public health systems. When you talk of training, research, all is geared to integrating traditional medicine into public health systems. Even if I don't read rest, just get to know, get to the website of WHO. As WHO member countries, we follow, we even give reports, and we are always assessed accordingly. I appreciate Dr. Alice Nabatanzi, the young doctor. Thank you so much for your passion. Makerere University, preside. Thank you for listening. Just for course, I got a medal in traditional medicine 2008. And recently, a few months back, I got appreciation from Cross Culture Foundation for promoting traditional medicine. So I think a lot is happening.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Dr. Grace Nambatia, for that moving and fascinating presentation. There is a question online. Dr. Nambatia, thank you so much for your nice presentation. I would like you to clarify on the placebo used when you are doing the clinical trials of your product. I don't know whether that's in order.
Dr. Nambatia, thank you for your nice overview. I would like you to clarify on the placebo used when you were doing the clinical trials in your product. Okay, our test material is prepared as a syrup in honey. And the placebo, we got something looking like honey so that you can't differentiate the one with active material and the one without. So that one without is a placebo. So you cannot know which one has active material. I hope that answers.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chris. Do we have any questions from the audience or online? Any hands? Okay, in case there are no questions, Dr. Nambatia is still with us. We can continue the discussion hereafter, and also those online, please continue posting the questions. Should get back to you. Since we are really running late, we would like to have our next presenter. Our next presenter is Mr. Moves Mabina. He is from South Africa. And the topic is the theoretical framework, processes and challenges of registering a pharmaceutical company.
Yes, good day.
Mr. Makesi, just hold on. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Just hold on for a few minutes. Dr. Namata wants to launch the launch. Okay, some communication, some short communication.
Okay, just a short communication regarding products. Okay. Yeah, the investigation of product that we're working on, remember I said it was a community product and we took it through safety and it was notified by NDA. The second wave, when people were dying, we organized a package which is not similar to the one where under the trial for people to access, and this syrup here. It has saved a number of lives, but we're not making any claim at the moment. And we're gathering more data. It really, so far so good, over 120 people have benefited in terms of, with COVID, you use a combination of products. So in our protocol, we were also working on Wabukia analysis, and we've been able to come out with a standardized herbal syrup. It's just going to go through notification, and well,
Yeah.
Yeah, this, you've all heard about the Wabukia. This syrup, when the wave 2 came, you know, people dying, having finished the preclinical trials and seen the levels and safety levels, as we prepare to notify people access. The thing is, before notification, you don't publicize, you control. People come, they fill a medical form, we follow up and see how it's assisting, especially coughs, the way it's mentioned in literature, but we are yet to know whether, because it will also go through a clinical trial. Now, we have herbalists who have to bring products to us, and a number of them brought products for assessment. But of course, we didn't have funds for that now. Most of the funds were for this product. But in a simple way, with the simple screening, we managed to establish cypress. Cypress, just read about it. You find extracts of cypress are indicated in fighting coronaviruses. But we're not saying that it's a cure, but people with, when you get into the etiology of this disease, a number of things put together can really tone down that storm. So guiding the herbalists means we purchase from them and organize, and then they get some money as we study their products. We also have propolis in our proposal, but of course as we work on something. Okay. Because we are mandated to the rest of the country, we identify people bring their products for evaluation, then we send them to NDA. We pick on, like, there is this one on propolis. Yes, we have it in our protocol, but if somebody is already formulating it, there is no harm supporting them. So that, yeah, so we support how? Because we are trusted, we get these clients. We give the formulator money, and then people access, and they fill a medical form. We follow up. By the time this person goes to NDA, he can go now with documented data regarding who has used. So propolis, anything with propolis seems to be quite useful. And people burn a lot of wood out there, and the ash, if you put water in the ash, it has that alkaline, and it makes some alkaline concentrate, and it's been able to, this has been standardized. It can be used to alkalize drinking water, and alkalinity can disorganize some viruses.
we are documenting as people take to use. Finally, there are lots of oils out there, and we talked of cypress tea, but cypress oil, this is really also good in terms of supporting cleansing the nose, and we also seen oils like peppermint, this one here. This one, again, is supporting our herbalists. We are not the ones who make it, but we give them a market as we explore. And this one, this is the last one I'm talking. Okay. These masks, especially the cotton masks as guided by UNBS, you can dose your mask and it makes your mask so fresh. You feel you love it on your mask. In fact, you feel sad when you're going to sleep because you're going to put away the mask. It encourages putting on a mask, it keeps disinfecting you. And okay, we've also gone into making some nutritional drinks using sugarcane base. This is sugarcane plus tamarind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Grace Nambatia, for those wonderful products. Now, may I have the pleasure to invite our next speaker, Mr. Mongezi Mabina from South Africa. The topic, once again, the theoretical framework, processes and challenges of registering a pharmaceutical company. The audience is waiting for you.
Thank you for introducing me. Should I share my screen now?
Go right ahead. All good, all good.
Good day, everybody. Yes. I'm ready. Can I continue?
Yeah, continue, please.
Okay. Good day, everybody. My name is Mongezi from South Africa. I'm representing a company called Bioindigenous, where we produce local indigenous medicine products, natural medicines, and we use the knowledge and we collaborate with the knowledge of South African traditional healers, who we also assist in packaging and managing, making sure that they become part of the value chain in South Africa, and also, customizing their products. So I'm a co-founder and CEO of the company, where I'm involved with other 3 ladies who are also part of the company. And we registered the company through the company called CIPC in South Africa, through a process of an e-commerce where it's digital, it's online. There's no physical, of going there to actually register the company. So everything is now processed online, and the submission and all the responses are basically online. So just to switch on my video so everybody can see who's the person behind the presentation. Yeah. So I will go on. So the purpose of this presentation is to provide the framework, processes, and challenges of registering a pharmaceutical company in South Africa. And as I've introduced myself, who am I? So I'm an honors student in information technology with the University of South Africa, which is UNISA, and the founder and CEO of Bioindigenous Solutions, a local company that specializes in selling a variety of consumer medicinal brands. And this startup is an offshoot from our research. The research is in collaboration with Professor Namrita Lal, and the University of Pretoria, and many other stakeholders as well. So one of the stakeholders is Motung African Heritage, which is a company or an NGO that is consisting of only traditional healers. So we take their knowledge, we assist them in researching whichever product that they would like to brand, and also, put it and add it onto their value chain or have their products into their markets. So these are the stakeholders that are involved in the research. So the whole agreement or relationship was firstly established by, Motung African Heritage and the University of Pretoria through Prof. Lal, as I've mentioned. And the relationship was also supported ideally and holistically by the Department of Science and Innovation of the Republic of South Africa. So through all of that, the mainstream entities also joined in with their strength in making sure that the research that happens from Motung, assisting traditional knowledge holders from South Africa with research, packaging, branding, processing, and also distributing of natural products. And this relationship has been really feasible and successful for the past 20 years. And this was established, the relationship was established in 2001. So through all of that, through research and through collaborations, my company comes into play this big role in assisting them with branding, manufacturing, distributing, and commercializing natural health products through sustainable living. So these are the basically these are the samples of the products that I've designed for them so far, and they've got an iced tea that they manufacture, that they're producing, and also a skincare range product, which also deals with blemishes, sunscreen, and skin toning, blackheads. So they've got a huge range that focuses on different skin ailments. And this was through the research, and this was through the assistance of all the stakeholders, as I've mentioned in the previous slide. So the biggest question is to how to register a pharmaceutical company in South Africa? So this is the graphical user interface of the website. You first have to go to their website, which is www.cipc.co.za. Click on the online transaction, register a customer code, and have adequate credit in your customer code. So basically the process is that before you can even start opening an account, an online account with them, is that once you've registered, you have to go make a payment, or it could be EFT, it could be physically at a bank, or it could be through, of course, your bank account. Once you've recharged, it's like recharging the account with the CIPC. Once you've recharged, all the processes that take place within the website, within the interface, are billed from that specific account. So they don't directly bill you from your business account or your personal bank account. So they bill you directly from their own system. So you first have to log in. Once you've done that, you're registering your customer code. So you log in, complete the required fields. As you can see there, the required fields are, customer code and, customer password. It's also case sensitive. Security code is also case sensitive. And then you click on the CIPC terms and conditions to read it first. And in the circle, you'll see that you accept the terms and conditions once you have read and understood all these terms and conditions. So the landing page, once you've logged in, as you will see here, the balance, this is where it will reflect of how much you've recharged. And it only costs about, to register with this service initially at the beginning stages, it only costs 175 rands, South African rands. And this is the interface where you'll see that you are able to register a new company, amend company director details, amend close corporation members, file annual returns, name reservations, company CC and address changes, CC financial year-end changes, certificates and disclosures, enterprise inquiries, customer transactions, and transaction statuses. Auditors in accounting is accessible to selected members of the CIPC or those accountants who have particulars or licenses or permits to actually file audited information. So all of these options here, you as a user or a person wants to register a company, you can access all of them. Once only you can access them, but you cannot conclude or finalize the transaction without recharging first. Yes, so registration requirements is that the company registration also needs directors and incorporators screen will display, and then you have to complete the required fields and click on save. So the required fields are basically, personal details of each and every director that you want to form part of the company. Obviously, it's the director's type of surname, names, country of origin, ID and passport, director status, appointment date, date of birth, cell phone number, email address, physical address, and postal address. All these encompass all your personal details to register and also the system verifies your information if it's real or not. So if it's not real, I will show you as we go on, it will say that you are not eligible, or there's something wrong with your profile, you need to fix it. So once you concluded with this phase, you can add on 5 more, 2 more directors, depending on how many directors you want to have in your company. So you can have a name reservation. The first process this is the first process. You have to choose a name for your company. Once you've chosen the name for your company, then you process the name here, and they will check in their system, in their database, whether the name does exist to avoid redundancy and duplicates of company names. So once your company name does not exist in your database, then it will tell you, it will give you a signal, as you will see as we go on. So you can apply for a name change, you can apply for amending, the name as well, and you can apply for changing or a new name. So these are the company information and details that it will require. The interface will require these details for the company. This is not now for the director itself, but specifically directly for the company, which you'll see the financial year end. When is your financial year end of the company? Authorized shares, how many shares does each director, not each director, but the entire company, how many shares does it have? And obviously, all these shares will be distributed either equally, or someone will have a controlling number of shares. It's all up to you on how you decide. CIPC does not decide for you on how you should facilitate that part. And you have to put in your email address, the company email address, the company website. If you do have, that's not required. All the fields with the red asterisks, you see there, all these fields are required fields that you have to fill in. If it doesn't have a red asterisk, then it only means that it's optional. Then you can choose a province or a country of origin, enter your code, and you have to tick if you want to say your postal. If you have the similar addresses, then you can tick here, and then it will automatically fill in and for you. And then you're gonna have to click on save. So option number 1, so applying for name is part of the process. So applying for a name as part of the process, company will only be added to the company registration queue after the proposed name has been approved. If all proposed names fail, then the company will still be registered using the company's enterprise number as the company name. So you'll be given a name that will be a tracking name that will reflect the whole application. Once the confirmation has been given to you of the name that it does not exist, then you can consolidate with the CIPC through the system. So you'll have to apply for another name when it's approved and you find that it's duplicated. And you will have to follow a company name change process. And option 2, if the name has been approved already, if you have already applied for a name, then your company will be added to the company registration queue immediately on conditions that there is enough credit in your customer account. As I've indicated there, that you have to have a minimum of at least 200 Rand to facilitate the transaction. Right. Then option 3 is that register using the enterprise number as company name. It's also acceptable that your company will be added to the company registration queue immediately on conditions that there is enough credit, as I've mentioned. So what you can also trade, if ever you're struggling to finalize the name of the company, you can still trade using the name, the enterprise number that will reflect on the company certificate, which is called the CK1. So once the name is available, then this is this is how you get the communication. This is throughout the same transaction as you are online registering. Before you conclude everything, you put in the director information, the company information. This will be given to you. These are the results that will be given to you, whether the name is available or whether the name is not available. If the name is available, you get these green ticks. And if it's not available, obviously you get the red cross. Once the proposed name has been approved, then you will get this message that says to you, success, company registration has been filed. So, excuse me. So once that is done, everything else will be completed, and immediately they will send to you via your email, the email that you might have used to register for this. All the documentation will be sent through that email. As I've said, company registration is only 175 in total, which is this 100, company registration costs 125, and name reservation is only 50 rands. So requirements and banking details have been sent to your email address, or once the transaction has been concluded, everything else will be sent to your email, and following the instructions as to what other supporting documentations are required from you. So these are the required documentations. The required documentations are the following. It's a proof of address, not older than 3 months. So you need to prove where you stay. It shouldn't be older than 3 months. And if you don't stay in that, if the address is not in your name, then you have to get an affidavit from the police station that declares, with the commissioner of oath stamp, that declares to you that, yes, I know this residence, this person resides with me in this address. So you have to send proof of address, not older than 3 months, latest 3-month bank statement, proof of identification, director's proof of identification. Each director that you've registered in the company has to supply you with their documentation as listed. And then SARS document including income tax number. So each director should have an income tax number. And the company as well will have an income tax number. Those are the required documentations for registering a company. You're probably asking yourself, what are these 6 documents that South Africa needs to register a company? So these are the 6 documents. Some of these documents is to register a company. They call them company registration 4.3, 4.1, 4.1A, and memory of incorporation, memorandum of incorporation, sorry. The tax verification and tax clearance certificate from SARS, a BEE affidavit or BEE certificate, UIF registration, a COID registration, and a letter of good standing from COIDA, a business bank account. So these are the documents that your company needs to have to be in good standing so that you can operate as a company in South Africa. What are these documents? You're probably asking yourself. So these are just the registration certificates, which will reflect your address. They will reflect your company director details, who's involved, how many shares each director has, and what their positions are, And you also need to select an incorporator. An incorporator is someone who will have access to the system. Someone is more of an administrator, someone who will receive correspondence with the CIPC, someone who will access and make sure that all the documentations are required from CIPC are up to standard and up to date. What are these COR 14.1? These are Memorandum of Incorporation, standard short form for private companies. So these will include basically your constitution, the company's constitution, as to what what governs the company, which director stands in what position, what are the regulations within the company, what decisions guide you to implement certain decisions. Do you have meetings? How often do you hold your meetings? How do you decide on going forward in decisions as a company? All these things need to be filed, because when you want to say maybe remove one director, or one director wants to step down as a director, these things need to reflect in the minutes of meetings that you've held quite a number of times to make decisions, either once or twice, or in voting within the set sitting of the company directors. The tax verification, SARS, and tax clearance verification from SARS. So we have a TTC, the document issued by SARS, confirming that the applicant's tax affairs are in order. This is for an individual, for each and every director in the company, to confirm that this person is not in bad standing with the South African tax collecting services. So if the person is not in good standing, this will inconvenience the process, the application process in registering the company. Then now it will put your registration, it will delay your registration process. So if the TCC is only valid, the TCC is only valid for 1 year from the date of issue, provided the taxpayer remains compliant with SARS requirements. What are the SARS requirements? That you need to prove to them by submitting your company bank statement annually when you renew your company certificate annually, to show that you have not made income or you've made a certain income, because they have tax brackets. So I remember from 0 rands to 75,000 rands annually, the company, this can be verified, a company does not necessarily need to pay tax. Anything above that amount, 700,000, if I'm not mistaken, 700,000, anything above that amount, then you'll incur tax charges. And every year, annually, one or company has to comply with the tax regulations. A BEE affidavit or a BEE certificate. So a BEE in a nutshell is basically to confirm the gender balance in the company. Also, is it how many ethnic groups in the company are there. The scoring of the BEE is based on that, and the certificate will tell you whether you're on level 1 or level 2 or level 3 based on the ethnic groups and the gender balances in the PE certificate. So customers can complete an affidavit signed by Commissioner of Oaths and hand it instead of the triple BEE certificate. Once the affidavit has been stamped by Commissioner of Oaths, the affidavit serves as a triple BEE certificate, as no other verification is required for exempted micro enterprises. UIF registration. UIF registration, you are required by law in South Africa to register with the Unemployment Insurance Fund and contribute towards the fund if you have employed people for more than 24 hours per month. The monthly contribution for UIF is 20% of your worker's gross salary per month. So basically every month when an employee that you're paying for, contributing with their strength, of course, or working for you, they have to contribute a certain percentage of their income to their UIF so that they can claim it back for assistance when they are out of work. And this is really helpful when a person is unemployed and has been working for some time and they lose their jobs. So it's not really much. It depends on the salary. It's scaled down to what the salary is, and that monthly contribution is taken per percentage or pending that salary. COID registration and a letter of good standing from COIDA. Why is it required? So a letter of good standing is an official document which proves that an employer has the backing of the Workmen's Compensation Fund in assisting with payment of work-related injuries or harm to employees, as payment to the fund are up to date. This is really important for your company to have. Without these, then you get a lot of lawsuits from companies, and the CIPC or the regulatory entity within South Africa will deem you as irresponsible and inconsiderate. And this will put you in a really awkward situation of whereby your company will be suspended, or you'll be flagged as one of those dodgy companies. And this will really destroy your company reputation and also each and every director involved within the company. So a business account is very, very much important. This is where your transactions happen. So this is to keep track of business expenses, simply tax reporting, and deposit payments under your company name. So literally, this is where all these transactions, for you to be accountable for your tax, for taxmen to actually be able to track your financial activities, and also when you're applying for more businesses, this will be required. You'll be required to produce your bank statement to prove that you are really an accountable business, a lucrative business. And it's also helpful when you are renewing your certificate with CIPC, and they are able to say to you, please provide us with a certified by an accountant bank record. So this is really important. In any case, in any business, you need these financial systems in place. This will help you a lot in also implementing other e-commerces to assist you with your financial tracking, your financial record, and making sure that all your utilities, your balance sheets are in place. And all this stems out from a business bank account. So what are the challenges faced in South Africa in registering a company in South Africa? First, it's socioeconomic conditions. Due to unemployment, many people depend on social grants, a high illiteracy and computer illiteracy level, since this whole registration process is online, it's more digital. And a lot of people in South Africa do not have access to internet access. Data at some point was expensive, and not everybody could afford it. And this was quite a hassle for a person who's unemployed to get data and be online for simple thing like job hunting, or simple thing like keeping up to date with the current affairs, just watching the news or reading an article or accessing the recent digital platforms. But now things are a little bit better now. Data is much more convenient, but unemployment also hinders the accessibility of such information. And also computers are not everywhere due to electricity in certain areas that are not well advanced. Majority of community living in poverty, and high internet access data pricing, as I have mentioned. Service delivery as well, lack of capacity in the CIPC officials. Sometimes they are hard to, you can contact them, sometimes the phones ring forever on end, especially when you had a glitch on the system. Maybe you submitted, or you've accidentally, typed in a wrong word, or a wrong word in the company name, and now you want to change it. And especially if you knew in the e-commerce platform. So now you obviously panic and try to reach out to the CIPC. Emails are sometimes quite delayed in response. you know, and maladministrations and CIPC boundaries that occur costs and make it difficult for new businesses to access services. So sometimes you get billed and then you want to reverse a transaction, you only realize that you've double clicked on submitting, double submitted an application, but now you want to reverse your amount, your money. You don't know where to start. There is no proper outlines as to who you should talk to, which department you should go to. It's not like a physical building where you can go to and you find someone who can assist you directly and just sit with you. So everything is digital. Now that being, it becomes really difficult because now you either have a time to call or you don't have a time to call. So now you have to wait or find a way to communicate. So that's also another hassle. Globalization and a change in politics that could bring about change in new trends and legislation. So time and again, you find that regulations when it comes to companies in South Africa being amended or being changed or being introduced, just like the new POPI Act that has been introduced also. It's quite daunting for a person who's not well equipped with such technologies and they don't know how to go forward in amending their company policies or changing their company policies to make them fit into the amended legislation that has been changed by the set political movement or by the set government. So these are the kind of challenges that happen within South Africa. And then registration processes, limited liability should business become insolvent, compliance issues such as expensive licensing and certifications fees, the tendency of small businesses to remain in the informal sector caused by many regulations created by the government that become a barrier to start a new enterprise. Like I said, new changes into the legislation and regulations can hinder the process of registration or competing in the market as well. And also the licensing and certificates can be quite expensive. Say you are a building construction, you want to register a building construction. The certificates that you need to go buy now or acquire, now you're a startup, you only had 200 rands to register a company. Now you registered and then they'll tell you it's 3,000 to 5,000 to attain a specific license. Now you haven't started trading. Where do you get the funds to actually acquire the license to get into the market and participate? You see, so the steps into participating in the South African market is really, it's really confusing at times for other people. Some businesses are lucky because they start trading informally before they could start formalizing their businesses. Once they start trading informally, it's easy for them to get funds to fund their own registration processes. And once that is done, then they become successful. They become in good standing with a whole lot of entities and all of that. In closing, I would like to thank the following entities, departments that have seen my growth in being a student and also into implementing and registering my own pharmaceutical company, in assisting, in contributing also in making sure that the information from traditional healers in South Africa and Africa as a whole will be well documented, because me as a student in IT, I've learned quite a number of things when it comes to business processes. I've also learned on the importance of documenting the historical background of our history, and also, resource management information, how I can facilitate in recording all of these things and integrate technology with indigenous knowledge, with pharmaceutical Western science, and bring just a good collaboration in making sure that natural products of Africa or South Africa are well placed in the market, either pharmaceutical or cosmeceutical, in the market of these industries. So I'd like to thank these departments who've seen my growth in making sure that I become you know, a doctor one day, since I'm a mister in a panel of doctors and professors. So I really appreciate their assistance in making sure that I become the person that I am today, and they get to see me conquer and collaborate with other African entities in making sure that we create our own African pharmaceutical Unilever. So in closing, yes, I would like to thank everybody who's been listening to me and the platform as well. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any questions from the audience? Questions online? Yes, there is a question for you.
Yes, good afternoon once again. Thank you, Mongezi, for that elaborate presentation. Kindly let us know, well, I would like to know, it looks like there are a lot of hoops one has to jump through to register pharmaceutical company in South Africa. So on average, could you kindly let us know how long in terms of time one would take from the beginning of the process to getting fully registered, assuming you comply with all the requirements that are needed? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, sir.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, can I ask before you start?
Yes, yes, go right ahead.
Thank you so much. I would like to inquire whether I can be able to register a company in South Africa when I'm not there.
Thank you for your informative presentation. Just in line with what the previous participant asked, are there some kind of, say, incentives offered for, let's say, South Africa is a bit advanced compared to other countries. Let's say I'm coming from a more advanced country and I'm going to contribute much to the country, and I want to register my company. There are some cases where, like, say, the government can say put tax waivers for to encourage new entrepreneurs from other countries.
Okay. I'll start with the first three questions. So the first question was to say how long does this process take? It only takes a month or 2 months maximum, because everything now that is digital. So all the communication is much more swift, because once you received your emails, immediately, maybe after 20 minutes or so, you are able to respond back to the set department or line of department. And once that is done, you will receive your certificates in due course, in due time. And also the bank process also takes about a month or two maximum to get approved, because the bank have to go through, you know, validation as well. They also need to apply quite a number of their own regulated standards to make sure that your application is successful. So I would say in maximum, it's 2 months. And the second question is, if you are in a different country, can you register? Yes, I think the approach here is to say you should be able to have someone who's within South Africa that will facilitate, you know, quite a number of backdrops that you guys might have. But I think because the e-commerce is online and it's open to anyone, because it says there, as I've shown you, it asks for your ID or your passport number. So anyone can register a company within trading in South Africa, as long as you have your
It's 3 o'clock.
Sorry about that. As long as you have your Commissioner of Oath stamped, that approves that you are a recognized person within your country and you reside in that specific area. It's all about legality. Once everything has been confirmed and verified through their systems, then it's all system goes. And I didn't get the third question clearly. If you don't mind repeating it, sir, I would gladly appreciate it. I'll just turn up my screen, my volume quite a little bit. Sorry about that.
In support of foreign investors, are there things like, say, tax waivers to encourage investors from, say, abroad?
Yes, they are, sir. So they've got, they have a system that is structured. If you receive, say, maybe a funding from an international entity, you have to have certain individuals involved, like your departments, Republic of South Africa. Obviously, it depends on where you are trading. Are you trading in Brazil? Are you trading in South Africa? All those people, they will facilitate the regulations. They will give you a scope of work or regulation standard that says to you, these are guidelines on how you trade outside the borders of South Africa or inside the borders of South Africa. So your tax will definitely be different to those that are from South Africa and are trading in South Africa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mongezi. There is one more question from the chat room by Professor Miori. So Mr. Mongezi, thank you so much for the detailed presentation and registration. The question is, how is the issue of registration of new companies that have not started business? The process seems to be very long. Doesn't this hinder small and new companies from registering? Thank you.
Yes, it does have an impact on companies that are registering. However, though, it's only a matter of, required documentation. Once we are able to add documents onto the system for verification processes, you don't have to have been trading to register a company. You can wake up tomorrow and want to start a new company and register. As long as we have the required documentation, then it should be registered in the set time frame.
Any question here?
Thank you. There's one more question from the audience.
Yes, the bioindigenous company you are having in South Africa, does it trade with products outside South Africa, or you're only trading with products within South Africa? Can you trade online, get products from Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, and ship anywhere? You do that. Thank you.
Oh yes, yes. If I'm correct, I think the question is, can I trade within other countries from South Africa with my products? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. We're all governed by, regulations, and once you only need compliance. Obviously, they will ask you for a trade license outside the borders of South Africa, and you need to apply for one. Once you apply for one, then that gives you access to penetrate other markets outside South Africa. So once you have a company, you are not limited to only South Africa. You can explore other avenues and other markets internationally.
Okay, another question from the audience.
Thank you, Mr. Modena, for this insightful presentation. Briefly, I wanted to know how much are foreigners allowed, what percentage are they allowed to own into the South African companies? Thank you. Okay.
The registration of the company is pretty much standard. It's only about currency conversion. If 100 Rand in Ghana currency, South African rands, if 100 rands in Uganda is probably less than that, it's the same amount. It doesn't change. just as long as we are able to, meet up with the currency requirement. Because I don't think they are looking at, what you're using in the specific country. You just need to convert the currency and just to make sure that you pay into the account of the CIPC. So it's pretty much standard across all from different countries.
Okay, thank you so much. Before, one more comment from the chat room. A smooth presentation. I love the idea behind your company. You identified a vacuum and filled it. Kudos. So we go to our next presentation. This is by Meryl David from the US. I think Meryl will have
everyone. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Greetings, everyone. Let me go ahead and load the slides up. Be right with you.
Okay, so good.
All right, just want to start off by saying thank you for having me out. Greetings to the distinguished guests, participants, and organizers of this RNPIA 2021 conference. I must say that I am honored and privileged to be here and want to especially thank Dr. Elise for all of her support, along with the executive staff of Makerere University, whom are hosting this historic event. The scriptures in Genesis chapter 1:29 says, "See, I have given you every herb that yields seed, which is on the face of all the earth, and every tree whose fruit ye seal yields seed food. As such, it is only befitting that we at this juncture in time return to in hopes of finding solutions to offset the woes placed upon mankind." Black Egyptian was created to address the needs of melanin-skinned women in search of natural products that highlight their original skin from birth, who are underserved, in the marketplace. Did you know your melanin-rich skin is a treasure, and when treated properly, it allows you to enjoy the rays of the sun without damage. It protects you from wrinkles and helps to prevent premature aging. Melanin-skinned women should love their unique and natural skin color and maximize its full potential by using only high-quality natural products. Our commitment is to provide you with natural and organic products that bring nourishment, energy, and excitement to your skin for beauty that never ends. We believe that every woman should treat their natural skin to the highest quality of products available as nature intended, without any chemical alteration. Here's a list of our products. Some there are on the table. One is the Spa Fresh Cucumber Skin Cleanser. We also have the Skin Detox, which is the charcoal mask, and then the vitamin C and citrus serum, and also a face moisturizer. There's a long line of other products that we have that are just in the waste, but these are the ones that I brought to market at this point. I'm the CEO and founder of the company. Once again, my name is Malik David. Here's some more information on some of the products. This one here is the Cucumber Daily Cleanser. Its key benefits that it cleanses and purifies and refreshes the skin supports healthy looking skin, helps the appearance and improvement of skin tone. And you can feel the fresh effects of it once you put it on your face. It's soothing as well. I get a lot of compliments from this daily cleanser. It's highly concentrated, so you don't have to use a lot. So this bottle does go a long way in terms of usage. And I get good results from that, good responses from those that use it. The next product line is the Skin Detox, the charcoal mask. Its key benefit is that it eliminates dirt and oil while reducing the pores. It also cleanses and stressed and polluted skin, leaves the face feeling refreshed and radiant as well. It's a 3-in-1 formula, so it has 3 different clays to now pull up the skin from within the first layer and then go down into the 3rd or 4th layer of your skin also to continue to exfoliate and bring out toxins as well. This one is to be left in for some time. The next product is the vitamin C serum. This one reduces the appearance of fine lines and wrinkles. It hydrates the skin to improve firmness. It also reduces the appearance of discoloration and evens the skin tone. Our CC citrus serum provides nourishing vitamins to protect and preserve the appearance of beautiful and vibrant looking skin. It also is infused with stem cells from the orange as well. The next product is our face moisturizer. This one renews tired skin with long-lasting effects. It leaves the face feeling smooth and nourished, and it improves appearance and skin elasticity. It's blended with vitamin C, B, and hyaluronic acid as well. These are the products that I have to market, and this is what I'd like to share with you guys today. Just a synopsis of the products that I offer and the background of why we brought this offering to the public, if you will. I just felt there was a need for women of color, if you will, to have a product that's specific to their own without feeling the need to continue to mimic others with bleaching skin and some of those other things that I feel are harmful in the long run that many people don't like to address. So that's the purpose and reason behind bringing Black Egyptian to the forefront. This is my contact information. I'm based in the US, and if you'd like to get in contact with me, here's my contact information. Thanks for the presentation. If there's any questions, I'm open for that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Miller, for that powerful presentation and your line of products. Any questions, comments from the audience or online? Yes, there is a question for you coming in a few seconds.
All right.
Dr. Grace Nambatia, please.
Thank you for those beautiful products. How do you get them in Uganda?
You say, how would you get them in Uganda?
Yes, that's the question.
Oh, yes, excuse me. Dr. Elise, she's my contact there. She'll be able to provide you with them.
Okay, great. Any other comment, question?
Just one more question. Is it possible for you to develop products that can mitigate vitiligo?
discoloration of skin.
I would have to find out specifically what the problem is. You know, if you could give me specifically in terms of what the diagnosis is, then I could try to find and make a recommendation.
Yeah, the problem there is on melanin, because you told us well how melanin is so important. I think there is malfunction of melanin formation in people who have vitiligo. Yeah, and sometimes it can really destabilize lives. So it's on melanin. Since you're working on melanin, I think you should do something.
Okay, yeah, that's no problem. I can take that. I'm open for any constructive criticism or ways I can improve quality and bring it to market. That's not a problem.
Yes, Mr. Bennett, there is another question from Dr. Sana Mukadimenge from Pretoria, South Africa.
Okay.
Was there any scientific preclinical or clinical studies that were done to support their effectiveness?
Yes, the products that are the ingredients that are used, for instance, cucumber and some of the aloe vera, vitamin C, all those products have already been tested in other case studies to show their healing potentials. As a whole product itself, no, that product hasn't been tested itself. It's just the core ingredients of the products have been tested, and users have shared the benefits of the usage with it, from the vitamin C to the face moisturizer to the hydrating of the cucumber cleanser. So the combination of those ingredients inside the packaging of the product works and fulfills those things that it states that it does. And the scientific research has already been done on those components and those ingredients, which I guess make the product or validate the product and the purposes that it can be used for in that regard.
Okay, you have another question, one more question, quick question from Professor Namrita Rao. Would your company be interested in South African proven actives for cosmetics?
Would I be interested?
In South African proven actives?
Absolutely, most definitely. I most definitely would be. Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Our next presentation is by Dr. Francis Abuja.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I will be brief. I think time is getting up. So the lady, I'd like to thank Alice, the convener of this conference, for giving the opportunity to communicate about another natural product, which is very important in Africa, and that is the shea butter product. Thank you so much. And I think I should be able to ask, because I'm alone here. Thank you so much. I'm speaking here on behalf of a company called Ethno-Beauty Products, which is promoting shea butter as a natural product. And shea butter is a very important natural product in Africa, and it only includes Africa. So was a company, it's about 1 year to make a decade. It has been developed, and it specializes in manufacturing cosmetics from shea butter. And shea butter is very important. It's from a pickle to the paradoxa. The one we have here is Transdisciplinarity, and it's very rich in seeds, which are very good for cosmetics. It grows in African countries, and Uganda is one of them. And in Uganda, it's only found in parts of Uganda, half of Uganda, which is the Western region, and in Western, Northern, Northeast, and regions of Uganda. And if you don't know the shea butter, the tree is like that, and then the tree, the fruits and the nuts, and then you cut nuts, you get the nut, and then press this nuts, you get the oil. The oil is like a butter when it's solidified. Room temperature is butter, the high temperature becomes oil. Shea butter is very good cosmetic because we produce it naturally and has an aromatic, aesthetic characteristic smell, which makes it unique. Makes it as unique as it is, and then there's excellent moisturizing base. We apply the skin with high permeability to the skin, and penetrates the skin very fast. When you put in your skin, they look oily. In just 5 minutes, it has entered in your skin, and it has very good protection from the sun, and also addresses the issue of skin disorders like eczema, skin rashes. It's very good on that. And for those who don't want to age, it's one of them. So you can actually increase your years by not using it regularly. We make shea butter soap. Soap is a very good one. It's an ingredient we incorporate shea butter to make soap. Soap is made with fat, and shea butter can be made with it. So it's very good, just like the oil itself, the butter. It has very good inflammatory activities. It's good for skin disorders as well, but also moisturize the skin, softens and hydrates the skin, and has antimicrobial properties when good regularly using. We make body creams from shea butter, and body creams have the same applications. It makes we add shea butter other ingredients like glycerin, white oil, and put natural beeswax as an ingredient. In addition to others, we make an emulsion. When you make an emulsion, you have a very good skin moisturizing properties, and improve the skin texture and the skin sheen, the appearance of the skin improves. And in addition to other medicinal activities, properties like having anti-aging and wrinkle and those activities, protects it from the sun. Here you have a lot of sun, and we're looking at it as a very serious problem to our skins. So shea butter is very good. I think naturally it was made in Africa because the sun in Africa is so high, so hot, that the radiation, the rays from the sun can actually affect our skin. So we're putting the products using. We can mix shea butter with aloe vera and add value to it, and also add some properties. Improve the properties by adding it, and influence texture, appearance, and also medicinal properties. We also make lotions from it it improves it has a good feel on the skin, makes the skin, for sensitive skins which are sensitive, we try to use lotions and provide instant feeling and prepares the skin and moisturize the skin very fast. If you don't want to look oily appearance, the lotion is the best for you. And we try to add other alcohol extracts to shea butter and make extract, and with the improving shea butter alone is not has less no antibiotic activity, but we have to add alcohol extracts to bring the antibiotic activity on the shea butter to improve it if you want to be important and so on. And the other skin infections like which affects the skin. The future products we are looking at are shampoos and the hair oils, which are the big demand of shea butter. People asking for it. Lipstick is another one to apply. I know that the mask has disorganized the ladies with lipstick. So now we are going to have a problem there. I hope the corona goes away so that this lipstick comes on so that we enter the market. Food products. It is a great demand on food products. We have been insisting that we could go to the product. We're trying to bring in super oil, pure olive oil, and then oil blended with the other oils, Ugandan oils, and the stearin setup, which is going to be good for chocolate. Again, chocolate is very good because of high temperature. It's good for chocolate. So we want to look at what chocolate can make, and margarine, possibly, and the future products soon. I want to acknowledge the NCRI for support. NCRI is for this organization, this company, and NCRI, and supported for developing this product. I want to thank Makerere University. The corporation is a very good work. I've done a lot. When I was doing masters, I want to bring this because I was attracted to shea butter when I was doing masters, and I joined. I applied for. I wanted to do a research, and they put me the call, and I applied it, and I was thinking up. I did not before the lecturers, and they took me up, and they took me up and showed me the whole of Uganda where shea butter grows. I don't know. I grew up in an area where shea butter grows, but I do not know the whole of Uganda. I come up from the Teso area, which has shea butter, not as many as the one you get in the Chole area and the western area. So I moved around and I studied shea butter. I took a lot of interest on it. That was in 2008, 2009, before the government was created. So those I acknowledge Dr. Kulo and Air and the late captain. They're the ones who took me around the whole of the northern Uganda and the lot of eastern Uganda to look at. That's when I appreciated how much we have, how much a natural source of shea butter we have in Uganda. Some of these species are like forests, wasted, like forests. Too many, the biggest species, the whole area have principle of shea butter. I appreciate it. And I got the idea of developing a company thinking that we could add value for this natural resource. And that's why I came out with the idea of creating. And many people came up and a team of people came up and we created a company called Niglo Shea Butter. And I want to thank National Council of Science because it's been supporting, they have been focusing on me and asking me to move into the food. When I thought the shea butter, the cosmetic aspect was on. But National Council of Science and people have kept insisting that there's something lacking on the food. And they are advising me to go on food. There's something about blending shea butter for food. Because I grew up eating shea butter as food, not as a cosmetic. But when I started I looked at shea butter as a cosmetic. I was being promoted as a cosmetic more than food. I insisted that I should go and do something on food and where you can put shea butter as food in Uganda. Directors and I elect the shea butter person. Like we were adding, I have a lot of people involved in shea butter. I would acknowledge them because like we need partner. Partner is very important. I cannot be able to collect the nuts. I cannot be able to process the nuts. And then also, so there are some people who are involved in processing. So you partner with them, and then they do partnership, and they process the nut, and I get the shea butter from them. Other than me getting involved with all the aspects of the value chain, it is very hard. So they also do some marketing. It's very important to do partnership because you cannot do this thing alone. What I've learned, experience I've learned the last 9 years, that you cannot do this thing alone. You cannot do it as an individual. You need a lot of partnership to move. And it's a very big challenge if you don't have partnership. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Francis Omuja. There is a comment and a question for you. Information has it that the shea butter trees in West Nile region are under threat. The microphone is frustrating. Hello. Okay. Sorry about that hiccup. Question for Dr. Francis Omuja. There's a comment and a question from Professor Violi. Information has it that the shea butter trees in West Nile region are under threat from overexploitation and degradation. So the question is, what strategies do your company have to alleviate that situation?
Thank you so much for that question. And I want to thank you for bringing that. It's a very serious issue of the trees in Uganda. They have been threatened, they have been cut for charcoal, and a lot of it is going, because the charcoal produced from it is so, it burns very slowly and people like it. So there's a lot of initiative from government to create bylaws which are being used in the local areas where it grows, trying to stop. But also, what we are trying to do is like adding value. Indirectly, by creating value to Shabata, the trade-off between the charcoal and the sale of the nut determines the survival of the tree. If the value of the nut increases, then likely people are going to sell it. But if the value of the nuts are not going to increase, they will win between the nuts, because someone has a problem immediately. So the first thing you think, how can I get immediate money? How do I get immediate money? If the tree is there immediately, they can't get a big charcoal, and because the charcoal has a market. So we're trying to create value and see that the value of the nut increases, so that they see that there is more value from the tree, from the nut, than from the charcoal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Francis. Our next presentation.
Is there a question? Can I ask?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Francis, thank you. Natural chemo doesn't cease from bringing good things. Now, I know you praise the seeds for oil. Can we look at the residues to make them make briquettes? And then, what when you use on skin, what you can eat, that's the best. So I think you're in the right direction. And lastly, there is no other question. East African and West African shea butter, what is better and what makes it better?
Thank you so much for those questions. One is the seedless fields. If you go where the extract is shown, it's less you can now it. And a lot of my reading has seen that in West Africa, they use that residue to produce bricks. Here in Uganda, the residue is wasted. It's a good observation. I've gone to the plant where we extract the shea from Lena, and I see a heap of that waste. They put in the gardens trying to manure the areas, but if you go to garden down into the briquette making and see, I know because it has a lot of oil, the soup will be a lot from the briquette. I don't know, so I will experiment, I will sample them to study, and so they will produce briquettes.
because the residue contains some oil. The extraction rate is not 100%. The machine traces, and I think about 50% of the oil remains in residue. It's not so efficient. We need to the residue to be treated with solvent to remove oil. But right now, the residue has some oil in it because the machine cannot press oil. I know, because I've seen it. So we can actually experiment it. I'll look at it and see whether I can do some, and see whether I can make pretties. But I've seen that I've done it in West Africa making bricks, which improve the strength of the brick. In terms of the West African Shabata, the Eastern African Shabata, the Nilotica, is different from the Paradoxa. The Paradoxa, the West African Shabata, has a lot of stearin, which makes it more harder. If you get it, it's very hard. Ours is not very hard, it's softer, because it has less of the stearin and more of your leg. Thank you. So the Uganda and Shabata, the Eastern African Shabata, is better for cosmetic because of the only high levels of the. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think because they are talking about you and something close to your heart. But thank you very much, Dr. Amjad. We want to come to the conclusion of day 3, but before we conclude, I want to invite Mr. Kumza to give us a brief talk. Make it brief. I request you to make it very, very brief.
Thank you very much. Highly delighted to stand before you and all protocol observed. First of all, I'm going to be brief. I have to explain or talk about how I came up to become what I am and stand before you today. In 1999, I happened to go to Johannesburg in South Africa. When I got there, I got amazed when I saw that aloe vera in there, which is called aloe verox, was being praised and utilized. When I came back, and since I'm from the western part and I'm from Bunyoro, we had a plenty of aloe vera at the areas of the Rift Valley. When I contacted the South African, they said that is the same aloe vera. It was brought by the ancestors who were shifting, who shifted from South Africa to Uganda. I got interested and I started my research privately in aloe vera. After a time, I got in contact with the Dr. Grace. That was in 2003, something like that. And I was sparked up when I told her the story about aloe vera and aloe verox. The next, at the end of that year, she made a Christmas card, which I kept somewhere, but I forgot to come with it, of aloe verox, which was introduced by me. And I was so happy. I got sparked up. Said, I think I'm on the right track. Then I started training with Action for Natural Medicine, that is ANAMED. I was trained as a herbalist and trained on handling different species of plants. And we were delighted that we were again the ones who were given a chance to reinstate the former zoo in Entebbe, which is now an educational center. And by then I remember it was the Honorable Betty Kanye who was there as director. And after doing that, I was so delighted and I was sparked up. After a short time, I've been working with Makerere University for a long time. There was an East African Interplant Science Conference where I was invited by Dr. Kamatenesi. And Dr. Kamatenesi appointed me to be, I was selected to be the plant representative in that sector. Immediately I got contacted, I was contacted by Prota, Plant Resources in Africa, and I was invited in Nairobi. In the same year, that was 2005. When I went to Nairobi, I got again sparked. It was a 5-day conference on plant resources in Africa. When I came back, NEMA was waiting for me and we started developing what was called it was the impact attitude. It was by then we started with the regulation on access to benefit sharing on natural resources. I worked with NEMA as a private person outside for a period of 2 years until we developed that document. After a short time, I was again contacted by the Export Promotion Board and we started the biofuel program. That was by BIT, that was another company here in Uganda. I worked up with the Export Promotion Board until we came up with a document which took consultants along many years. And again, I was invited in 2008 in Johannesburg to go and make a document, a working document out of that impact assessment. And it took us something like 10 days. And after a short time, in fact, I've been moving up with all these organizations. I was again picked up by African Agribusiness Academy. That was also a Danish organization on developing entrepreneurship in natural and the natural resources and based on agribusiness. Then after a short time, I was again picked up by ATPS and PANAC. Then that's when we developed a program which was called UniBrain. And it was adopted in Makerere University sometime in innovations in agribusiness by in universities. It was a very big project with the URI, and in fact, I have been working up in different policies and research work in the different organizations. So again, I was invited by NAFORI to develop. By then, we were developing resources, non-timber forest resources, and looking at the junglers and how we can promote them and how we can multiply them, prospermum and other plants of that nature, which were in Wabugia, which was at the verge of extinction. And then we came up with a program of leaf biomass, using leaves and bark and root, because they were so destructive. After that program, again, I've been working with the Director of Industrial Training. This is a new baby, whereby we developed the curriculum for the 3 stages of study, so that we bring up urban medicine in real formal knowledge. And I'm just delighted that in all these cases I've been working up and moving up with the NCRI. It has been my side mentor. Wherever there's such a program, I could work up with them and we go ahead. Today, as we are here, I'm so much delighted to see that at least a newly born baby here is coming up again to make a shorter of these activities. As I've been hearing here, whatever has been going on, looking at how we can make the herbal sector formalize in education. This is very, very important. In all this, I have been having products. In 2005, when we had bird flu, I developed a herbal product related to 4 infections. And this was information from the communities which we gathered, how different communities were managing these problems, and then we came up with a product which was nearly sold to them at a lowest cost because they had contributed. It was just as a benefit for their information. So as I talk now, I have some products there which I can explain about how they function. I'll be brief. I'll be brief. I will start with my first product quickly. I started with my first product, which was on nutrition. This product here, when I got to South Africa, I found they had a nutritional supplement from aloe vera. When I looked at the ingredients were just honey and hibiscus. When I came back here, I had to produce this product. When I took it for analysis, in fact, I was surprised because I attached the analysis ingredients here. By then, we had the other laboratory in one area, the central laboratory, which was analyzing, because by then, our institute was a laboratory, but didn't have some equipment. So I used that one and analyzed it. Then I came up to understand Prunus africana, the values of Prunus africana. Then I came up with an antioxidant, just to detoxify the body and also look at the areas of treating or giving a healthy prostate, mainly in men. Then, when I was trained by Anamed, we had Artemisia. The Anamed brought in Artemisia from Germany. And I was also involved in planting and cultivating Artemisia. Then I came up with a herbal. This is in form of tea bags for reducing and maintaining malaria. This one is the one which I was talking about for chicken, which I came up with during the start of bird flu. And we would call the farmers all around Uganda and talk to them at the Shimon demonstration school before it was demolished. After the time, I looked at the use of the wastage of cocoa seeds. When I got a study on cocoa seeds, I found that cocoa seeds were being used for deworming, and they are very good dewormers. I came up with a product out of cocoa seeds, and this is in form of pesos, tablets, out of cocoa seeds. They are mixed of a little bit of aloe vera, because aloe vera also has that effect. So we came up with tablets for deworming. This one deworms both adults and children. And it has really proven well, because we collect cocoa seeds from the wastes, from those who sell the cocoa, and we collect the seeds from them. And I came up with an ointment. This ointment, we looked at the problem of wastage also. There are some parts of the trees which are wasted, like elm and other oils of that nature. We came up with an ointment. In fact, it's effective because the essential oils here are so many and they are being distilled, but they are being wasted in some areas. Why? Because we don't use them spreadingly so that they can be utilized by other people. With Wabugia leaf biomass, the first product of Wabugia leaf biomass was this coffee lister, whereby we looked at using the leaves, and we have tested the leaves, and in this case, I worked up with the National Forest Resources Institute at Kifu. They have planted a lot of Wabugia, and then we set up this, and this product here, we worked up again in conjunction with Kenya, that is the iCraft. I worked with iCraft to come up with this program. Then we looked at shea again, my brother's product. Shea, we had to make our product in conjunction with the shea, neem oil, and aloe vera. It is a gel which works on mainly black spots on the skin and also moisturizing the skin. Just so recently, when we came up with when we looked at the start of this pandemic, we had to develop a cough syrup. This cough syrup has been developed from 11 different plants, and all these plants sincerely have effects on cough, irritations of the nose, irritation on the windpipe and the lungs. So it also has some antibiotics, natural ones from different plants, like Azadirachta indica. We have Corea albizia, we have Wabugia as well, because it's mostly mentioned in this, and we couldn't leave it out. And it is sweetened with stevia. The sweetening is natural. Stevia has got 0 calories. Having 0 calories, that means it does not have any effect on either a person with high blood, with the diabetics and other conditions of that nature. I think I will not have much sessions due to time, but that is me. I had small, not the one thing. to inform you about how to begin a science. That is, I'll just talk that one in 2 minutes. Most of the plants we have here have got what we call primary and secondary metabolites. You may get into a plant and if you have not touched it, it may not smell. But the moment you touch it, it smells. When it smells, that's the beginning of science. That's the beginning of understanding that it contains secondary metabolites which defends it. So when it's defending itself, it has spread the medicine. That's the beginning of science from indigenous knowledge. Some are thorny. When the thorn picks you, it has venom. Those are ever red. Some are itch, like the nettle. When you just knock it, it spreads the venom into you. That is medicine. So the beginning of understanding the natural science is right from the indigenous knowledge and indigenous understanding. So if we are to plan a good knowledge, we have to go down and get such information from the different communities, different societies who live with those plants, so that they can give us that knowledge. We document it and then we put it in practical science.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing your 1 minute. Dr. Alice, I think you're ready to move on to the next activity. I wonder if Anna Marie is available. I have 1 minute that I've spared, and perhaps give Anna Marie to say something. I'm told to spare Secretariat. Secretariat, please. I'm trying to redeem some time here. Anna Marie, stop. Is it available?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Morris.
It's Morris going to deliver.
Morris, really.
Okay, as they set up Anna Marie's session, I would like to invite the convener to take us in the, I think she has it before to do the certificate award before we go into the closing speeches.
Ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the opportunity of introducing a very new and exciting society and initiative that Prof. Lal and us as her researchers have been working on lately. It is called the African Phytomedicine Scientific Society. So the African Phytomedicine Scientific Society is a collaborative African research network working on medicinal plants and natural products. It's a platform to represent Africa's rich biodiversity and our world-class researchers. And this society will aim to foster scientific alliance, promote collaboration between African researchers and those working on phytomedicine, and also to contribute to the advancement of phytomedicine on the African continent. Our vision and mission includes the stimulation and facilitation of interaction between African researchers, to foster new scientific developments in ethnopharmacological studies and natural product research, expanding our regional research capacities, and also to facilitate networking and exchange of research platforms. The value proposition of membership will be the exchange of relevant information, therefore scientific event information, call for fellowships, etc. It will be the exchange of scientific platforms, such as laboratory and equipment sharing, as well as the production of scientific community, so the further scientific development of ethnopharmaceutical research. So we are actively working on a network database at the moment, which is linked to our LinkedIn group called the African Research Network on Medicinal Plants and Natural Product Research by GA and IAC. And it's through this database that we have reached out and included many African researchers working on phytomedicine, including their specialities. Future planning will be an upcoming session, an African workshop at the upcoming 69th International GA conference taking place in September, as well as the summer school that will be held in October in 2022 in Pretoria. Past events included a session with several African researchers relaying their results and activities at the 20th International Conference of the Society of Ethnopharmacology. It is also promising to note that Prof. Namrita Lal was currently also nominated to be president-elect for the International Society of Ethnopharmacology, and will therefore be elected as president of the society in 2024. This is very interesting, as this is the first time an African researcher has been part of the executive board. As part of her leadership, she's also in charge of organizing the 23rd International Congress of the ISE, which will be hosted in Cape Town in 2024. Membership details for the ISE society can be found here, and this is subject to the country of residence. For more information, you're more than welcome to go and have a look at the website. Thank you very much for your time, and if you have any further questions, please do not hesitate to contact us.
Thank you, Anna Marie. You provided us with a link. Right now, I want to invite the convener and Professor Wako. I have also been advised that those online, your certificates will be coming to you in one way or another. Thank you. Convener, over to you.
The first certificate goes to Dr. Brian Sekayampi. We can't shake hands, but we appreciate that. Next certificate. Oh, okay. The next one goes to Dr. Alice Nawatan. This is yours. Alice, the signature, sorry. Dr. Collins Gulafu. Thank you for missing lunch to chair the session. The next one goes to none other than Dr. Grace Madia. Here, I appreciate the work in championing natural products research in the country. Really great attention for us. And some is in your office. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Dr. Richard, a Peacock Award. Somebody can receive what is it's a spelling mistake. It's a Peacock. We have a spelling mistake here that they could recognize my role. But the congratulations. Yes. Thank you. Next is Mr. Mark Morris. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Java Mike. Well done. Thanks a lot for what you are doing. Oh, okay. Madam Nambe assistant. Madam Achille Irene. Madam Achille Irene, she's come. Oh. Samuel Becker. Thank you very much for the work you're doing. Next is Dr. Richard Komakesh. Thank you for sharing with us your experience. Wow. Next is Dr. Ibrahim Ahmed. Thank you very much for what you are doing. Next is Mr. Henry Raphael Musimbe. Wonderful work and presentation. Next is Mr. Eric Wanne. Thank you very much for the support the meeting is given. Next is Dr. Francis of Gall. Next is Mr. Daniel Mwande. No, he just come and think. You are the one? Oh, thank you very much for your participation. Next is Mr. Andrew Jumbo. What's the Mr. Ron Micah. I think it's there. Thank you very much, Micah. Mr. Mumusa James. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Thank you a lot. Next is Mr. Anthony George. Thank you very much for your contribution. That's Grace, you come. Well, you need to try and try. I realize that I also have to receive certificate. So I write
To hand over this certificate of participation to Professor Paul Boko. Congratulations. Dear participants, you've sat for so long. Can you straight at it? Yeah. It's such a lovely conference. All good things come to an end. But this has been natural for us. Doesn't end. We're going to keep the conversation live. Virtually, let's keep the fire burning. We thank God for taking us in these 3 days, reminding us that He's still God and He still cares. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to bring this conference to a close for God and my country.
Your backup.